Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV, move with the world. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
From the trading floors of Lagos to the commodity hubs of Enugu, we say thank you for joining us and welcome to Aneke TV business segment, coming to you live from Enugu. Today on the market roundup, we track the Nigerian exchange navigating a fresh wave of profit-taking despite strong underlying earnings momentum. We also look at the Naira holding firm below the 1,370 Naira mark alongside the shift dynamics across global commodities and local staple food prices. And this is the business desk, where data meets destiny and your word finds his voice. I am Uche Osai. Let's make your money move with the world. Starting with the Nigerian equities market, where the Nigerian exchange closed on Friday, 24 July, on a slight pullback as profit-taking heavyweights dragged back metrics despite overall market breadth remained positive. The All-Share Index ASI stood at 247,357.40 points, down from the 247,797.68 points the previous day, yes, making an indication of a 0.19%. Then market capitalization dropped to 159.59 trillion naira, down from the 205.82 billion naira. And market breadth remained positive with 3 gainers as against 25 decliners. And in total volume, we had 614.55 million shares that was traded. And then when we look at value, we had about 32.95 billion naira worth of shares, which were traded across 55,282 deals. I'm quickly taking a look at the volume drivers here, where Access Corporation moved 128.01 million shares, followed by First Holding Company, which moved 35.38 million shares, and Chams moving 34.80 million shares, while Zenith Bank moved 30.42 million shares, followed by UBA, which pulled its weight to move 30.39 million shares. That's as at Friday. And then quickly taking a look at the top value drivers, where Aradel, yes, Aradel holding from the oil energy sector, moved 6.62 billion naira worth of shares, and then followed by First Holding Corporation, which traded 4.33 billion naira worth of shares. Zenith Bank moved 3.85 billion naira worth of shares traded on the stocks of Zenith Bank. Access Corporation in total traded 3.82 billion naira worth of shares by investors, followed by GT, yes, GT Corporation moving 2.43 billion naira worth of shares across board. And then quickly, here is our market projection for today. We project a mid to bullish undertone. While Friday's light drop reflected quick profit taking in high cap equities like Presco, positive market breadth indicates underlying investor appetite remains strong. Tier 1 banking and consumer goods are expected to maintain momentum following an impressive weekly momentum and strong half-year corporate earnings results. Expect cautious bargain hunting on deep both banking and insurance counters, alongside ongoing portfolio realignment ahead of upcoming half-year corporate disclosures. And quickly moving to the forex market, where the Nigerian Naira extended its gaining streak against the US dollar on Friday, supported by steady foreign exchange market liquidity and sustained central bank intervention. At the official market, the closing rate stood at 1,361 Naira against the US dollar, gaining 4 Naira or a positive 0.29% compared to Thursday's close of 1,365 Naira against the US dollar. During the intraday highs, we saw movement, touching a high of 1,365 Naira and a low of 1,359 Naira against the US dollar. The total turnover stood at $89.08 million US dollars in interbank deals. And quickly moving on to the street market or the black market, what we officially call the parallel market, the Naira traded between 1,385 Naira and 1,405 Naira against the US dollar. the market spread was that the premium between the official foreign exchange rate and the parallel market held narrow at 34 to 44 naira, continuing a period of low rate volatility. And quickly moving on to bring market outlook for today. Yes, the local currency is projected to trade within a tight range bound. Yes, that's between 1,355 naira to 1,375 naira against the US dollar in the official window, as market participants digest foreign reserve developments and ongoing CBN liquidity injections. The key drivers will be sustained foreign portfolio inflows into high-yielding local debt instruments, combined with firm crude oil prices, are expected to keep reserve buffers intact and contain demand pressure. Positive momentum remains intact, though low dollar volume towards the tail end of last week suggests liquidity depth will be, the key for exchange rate stability over the coming days. And quickly moving to the global energy market, where the Brent crude oil experienced a pullback as at Friday, snapping a multi-day rally as traders engage in profit-taking following strong gains earlier in the week. At the closing, the price for Brent stood at $91.68 per barrel, down $2.58 or a negative 2.74% from Thursday's close of $94.26 per barrel. During the intraday highs, we saw the prices ranged between a high of $94.49 per barrel and a low of $90.32 per barrel. Despite Friday's correction, Brent maintained a net positive gain for the week, supported by tight fiscal supply conditions and geopolitical risk premiums. And then taking a look at the pricing this morning, where the current trading price, as we speak to you this morning, ranges between $87.84 to $88.10 per barrel, down approximately 3.9% to 4.2% from Friday's close. We are seeing fluctuations between $85.82 and $87.80 per barrel during early interbank and futures trading. The key drivers here is extended selling pressure driven by weak industrial activity and manufacturing indicators out of key importing regions, depending near-term refinery demand projection. And quickly, our Brent crude market outlook for today, we're taking a look at the short-term support and resistance. Immediate downside support sits around $85.50 per barrel, while overhead resistance moves down to $90 to $91.50 per barrel band. Another factor that will shape the market today is the macro headwinds, where strengthening US dollar index metrics and persistent elevated interest rate environment continue to exert downward pressure on dollar-denominated commodities. Another factor that will determine the direction of the market is supply-demand balance. Non-OPEC output growth and recent inventory builds are currently offsetting planned production costs. Expect prices to remain range-bound with a defensive posture as markets awaits updated weekly global supply data and macroeconomic prints. And quickly moving to the commodities market, where the Nigerian commodities market enters the week experiencing a maze of input cost pressures on domestic producers alongside relative demand side price stabilization, improved forex liquidity and the sustained moderation in broader food inflation continue to support consumer purchasing power for core grains, even as high fertilizer, energy and logistic costs weigh on farm gate margins. Staple food prices across major urban consumption hubs show regional divergence influenced by proximity to agricultural beds, transit logistics and local supply inflows. Now quickly taking a look at Lagos, where the commercial hub and maritime inflow zone. The market is stable to marginally softening for imported staples, elevated for local tubers like Gari. The key market driver in Lagos is the favorable exchange rate stability around 1,360 naira against the US dollar, which has eased landing costs for imported grain derivatives. And then looking at imported rice, the 50 kg bag of it maintains a steady trading band near 60,000 naira, while local parboiled rice faces stiff competition from informal cross-border inflows. The Gari we know, Ijebu or yellow varieties remain firm around 1,100 to 1,500 naira per paint bucket due to sustained transport and energy costs from the hinterlands. And moving to Abuja, the North Central Transit and Grain Belt Hub. The market offers flat, lower grain prices, firm livestock and poultry feed input costs. The key drivers here is the proximity to major grain-producing states in the North Central region, which keeps wholesale spot prices for white maize and sorghum relatively muted compared to southern markets. Farm gate and wholesale prices for maize and sorghum have experienced a price cost squeeze with bumper seasonal harvest and import competition, depressing local grain realization. However, localized retail prices for yam and beans remain sticky due to security-related logistics, surcharges, and northern supply corridors. Then quickly moving to Enugu, the Southeast Consumption and Distribution Center. The market trend here is moderately elevated across grains, cassava derivatives stabilizing it. The key drivers here is being a major net consumer state reliant on northern supply corridors, transport and intrastate road tariffs add a 10% to 15% logistics premium on spot grain prices compared to north central hubs. The local white Gari and yellow Gari we know, show steady local market supply from surrounding agrarian pockets, capping retail price hikes. However, staple rice and maize prices remain sensitive to huge fuel costs from northern farming clusters. And quickly moving on to bring you to our strategic market advice, especially for our Nigerian investors. On equity, we urge you to buy the dips in Tier 1 banks and consumer goods. Why? Profit taking caused a light drop on Friday, but overall market sentiment remains positive with half-year earnings, coming in strong. Nigerian Exchange Group massive dividend payouts, is another factor here. So look for quality stocks at lower entry prices. And on foreign exchange, speaking to Forex, we advise to hold off on panic dollar buying. Why? The official forex market remains stable near 1,361 naira against the US dollar, with the parallel market gap remaining narrow between 35 to 44 naira spread. Central bank liquidity support continues to cushion the naira. And then on fixed income, speaking to treasury bills and bonds, we advise you lock in high yields on short-term, medium-term treasury bills. The reason is elevated interest rates offer risk-free, inflation-hedged income, while equity markets navigate short-term volatility. And on commodities and oil exposure, we urge you to maintain a defensive stance on oil-linked plays. Reason being that Brent crude slipped below $88 per barrel this morning due to global demand concerns. Stick to local agriculture and domestic grain producers over pure energy plays. The bottom line here is that we urge you to focus on dividend yielding stocks and high interest rate fixed income. Rebalance portfolios to capture undervalued stocks while keeping liquidity flexible. And here is a quick reminder. Before you trade, while we give you the data, we don't give you the final directives. Always consult a certified financial advisor before making any investment decision. Stay sharp, manage your entry points closely, and let the numbers guide your strategy through today's opening bell. And keep watching the Aneke TV market segment to stay ahead. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective. Seven days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. It is a beautiful morning. It's a cozy morning here in the city of Coal City, where we're bringing you live what is happening and what has happened in the world of sports over the weekend. And just in subsequent times, we are bringing to you all the updates you need to know and how it all went down in the Anthony Joshua's fight versus Peterobi. Also talking about the Tyson Fury fight versus Watch. This and more will come your way as you have joined us on Aneke TV this morning to, examine and x-ray what is happening and what has happened and how it will happen and much more what is going to happen. I am Good Hope Chukwumadu, Sports Oracle, welcoming you to our show today.
Like I am worldwide, Mr. Good Hope, you are looking so fantastic. I just want to tell you that before I welcome the people of Enugu, the worldwide that are watching us, you are looking so, ready to go this Monday morning.
Yeah, I'm always looking ready to go because any day, anytime, a call can come.
Yeah.
So you can be moving. They say moving man finds his luck. Yes, I don't know whether you are not ready to go. You are on Aneke TV, so you're looking so bright.
Of course, I'm ready to go. It's a Monday morning, a beautiful one for that matter. It's very cozy.
And a cozy one, and a rainy one.
It's very cold. It's still raining outside, and it's really feels so good to be here this morning to talk about all what has happened during this past weekend. There was a lot of activities talking about Formula 1, talking about the Hungarian Grand Prix, talking about football. Of course, the pre-seasons are everywhere, and you're seeing the big teams, representing their clubs. These things we are getting to see the clubs back in action. Of course, last one I saw, Neymar Jr. also had to help his team win 1-0, and I was very happy for that. And a lot more that happened during the weekend. We are here to give you all the updates concerning anything, talk about sport, football, tennis, basketball, everything, Formula 1. We are here to give you, and of course the major event or the main event yesterday, I can tell you, was Anthony Joshua's fight. That was on Saturday with Peterobi, which lasted for less than 5 minutes, I would say, because he had to knock out Peterobi on the second round of the fight. I think Anthony Joshua was not even too happy with the fight because he was expecting a longer fight, will I say a longer fight that will have lasted maybe to the 5th or 6th round. He wanted to feel the heat, to feel that exercise that he is back in the ring. He wanted more momentum, he wanted more exchanges, but of course he had to take out Peterobi within the second round, about 2 minutes 43 seconds within the fight, and that was it for the night for Peterobi. And this is, or will I say, it's a beautiful comeback for Anthony Joshua, who we have been expecting, or we were expecting that victory quite alright yesterday, because in terms of category, in terms of level, I can tell you that these two are not on the same category. Of course, Joshua is a heavyweight boxer who has been involved in more elite fights than Peterobi. He has the pace, he has the speed, he has the punches, more accurate punches than Peterobi. So this cannot be under the same level. But of course, he had to enter the ring after 7 months of being away and get this victory. This victory for me is like a motivation for him to come back into the ring. It's like a welcome back motivation for him. He has not been in the ring for quite some time after that accident, and of course he came back on Saturday and delivered what everyone was almost expecting. Everyone was expecting that Joshua would get a victory in that fight, and he had to prove that he is the world champion, taking out Peterobi. And of course, course, the other fight with Fury, the date is upcoming. It's not yet scheduled, but we are having that. It's going to take place in New York. So, Mr. Gudo, are you able to see that fight live and what happened in the fight?
Well, it was a fight I expected Fury to win because of the profile he already has. Fury has not been a normal human being, I would say. He has not been a normal boxer.
Yeah.
He has really seen the climax of what we could say a good boxing match or competition. Fury is in the likes of Anthony Joshua, who I would say has some profile more than Anthony Joshua. In some cases, not that that's the generalization of the case, but I would say Fury is not someone you could just challenge and get over with. But watching that game, I'm talking about the Watch versus the Fury game just on Friday,
yeah,
it really had to bring me to a lot of thoughts. I was asking myself, would Anthony Joshua be able to, win Fury? Because he's already furious. You see, so he is already.
The man is always furious, even without fighting.
Yeah, he is already annoyed. He just like Anthony Joshua. Yes, on Saturday was emotional. He was emotional because I told you the scenarios where he would win. Having to lose 2 of his associates in the incident that happened on 28th of December. I cannot forget that incident because I remember I just finished a show here. I just finished a show live on Aneke TV, and just going down to check what's happening, to catch up with other events, I was seeing the story everywhere. It was painful losing 2 of those guys, his personal trainer and his personal 2 of his personal trainers, I would say, but one has more relationship has more relationship connection to the sport that he does. The while one is just a friendly friend kind of, but also motivating. Having to lose 2 of your associates in a day seems to be a plan that you don't know who planned it. Even though it was an accident, of course, along the Lagos-Ibadan expressway. Along that way, the car had to ram into a parked truck. That was what really, dealt with them. And are we going to say thankfully enough? Even though it's not thankful, but for Anthony Joshua, it's going to be a thankful season for him, because he was sitting just at the back of the driver while his 2 associates were sitting just at the other flank. You see, that was why both of them, they did not survive that accident. It was a painful one, but we have seen him retire. We have seen him drop the gloves, but right now he's back and he came back to the ring. It tells you one thing, that he wants more. And analyzing the fight, looking at Tyson versus Watch on Friday and seeing how the match was, it was not the match that you would write Tyson off, or neither Watch, because both of them had their attempts. Of course, both of them had their attempts, but I would say generally, when you take it down to Anthony Joshua, where you see someone who has not been around for months coming back to take what belongs to him, I will always say, to win and to introduce that victory, just to shape things to become the champion of the ring again. I will tell you for a fact that Anthony Joshua is now set for the next fight, because if he wasn't able to win Prenga, it would have not been a motivation for him to go over to Tyson. And Tyson match is already confirmed, just that we're going to see the date to check if the date is going to align.
It's confirmed.
Yes,
in New York. We just have the location.
Yeah, the location is in where is it?
New York.
New York.
Yeah.
Good. Remember, the fight should have been in UK because of the viewership and the details which they needed. And if it was in UK, remember we had to talk about this, that if it's going to be in UK, that means it's going to be there was going to be more viewership. But since it's going to be in the US, there's going to be more viewership, because I'm not sure people who went to see the World Cup are back. I'm not sure all of them are back.
Probably everybody will not be back by
now.
So people will still want to spend some time around there.
Yes, because
they might still be there. Just the people that have gone home will have gone home.
Yes, because I feel like it's going to be when people come back to, you know, after World Cup, they come back to the pitch to see the game, to watch the match live, and it has written a lot on the face of spectators, what they are expecting, on the faces of spectators, what they're expecting, what they are expecting the fight to be like. And I must tell you that it is really, really, really a sensational thing to see Anthony Joshua win yesterday. For me, I may tell you that it's not how he has planned it. Of course, he was hungry. He was even challenging.
He wanted that fight to extend to probably France, because he was not okay with that round 2 win.
He was challenging Tyson Fury already. He was making that demand. He was making that call. But we have seen someone who had to bounce back from nothing into something, then went down to nothing, because the times that he had to mourn his guys would have been a time for him to be at nothing. But we have seen that brokenness, we have seen the oil that is coming out of that, and we are expecting Tyson to, you know, receive his own package. his own yes, I'm expecting Tyson Fury to receive his own package.
We are sure Joshua will deliver those packages.
Yes, you know, on Saturday I had to make that post, even when it was against all odds to talk about it on my status. I had to, you know, put it out there that there's someone who the world is waiting for, and it's not in the cinematic side of the world. I mean, in reality, Anthony Joshua is the man. Rather, he's not just the man, he is more than the man in terms of winning, in terms of victory. So looking at it, I was so emotional seeing him arriving at the location in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. So it's making a lot of sense, and I'm sure it's going to be a good fight for me.
Well, that's always going to be. In fact, that's the fight we have been waiting for. Not, you know, last week I said this Prenger match was like a rehearsal for Joshua, because they are not in the same category, and of course he had to knock out Prenger in the second round. Then, of course, Tyson Fury also won his own fight against Watch. That was in the 7th round, of course. And you know, these two are the people that we are expecting to see as a proper fight, a proper competition between two elite, you know, fighters or boxers. You know, Tyson Fury versus Anthony Joshua. In fact, I'm expecting that match anytime they fix the date. I'm probably going to travel to the to the US to see that. I don't know why you're laughing.
What I'm laughing is
don't believe
you're traveling to the US.
Yeah,
it depends on the US.
The US, the United States of America.
Of what?
Of America. Don't think it's of
United
something
States
else.
of what? America.
You will be shocked. Don't worry.
There's an America somewhere in Ababa. There's
no America in Ababa.
Independence.
There's no America in
In fact, there's Americana. Is it Americana restaurant?
I'm telling you,
okay, maybe
maybe
you are going to the American high school.
I will shock you. Don't worry. I will shock you. You'll be watching. You'll be watching me live.
No. I want you to shock me, because it's been a while people shocked me.
Okay, don't worry.
So I really believe.
Just let the dates come up.
What about it about our fight?
Well, you didn't turn up. It was
a walkover. I was there waiting for you.
No, it was a walkover. You didn't keep to time. I was there by 7:30.
Where was the location?
Slated. It was downstairs around that corner where there is a ring. You know, you didn't turn up, so you came like 15 minutes past 8.
This guy is looking for who.
You came 15 minutes past 8, and the referee was already saying it was a walkover, that we cannot allow the boxing match to take place when you are coming 15 minutes late. So, you know, it was showing that you are scared of me and you didn't want to exchange.
Well, I'm scared of you, and that's fine.
So it's good. I will have given you KO in the second round. That was just you will have had the KO in the second.
It's very fine. Now let's just take a look at the Formula One.
Yeah.
Looking at that game, what was your prediction?
Why do you want to remind me?
No. I want to remind you that you said that you are tipping your Kimi Antonelli.
Well, I tipped Kimi Antonelli, funny enough, and he came out 3rd place. So he's still part of the people in the podium. So who did you tip?
I tipped Lando Norris.
You did not.
Yes.
You mentioned you remember you mentioned the name that was not even in the top 5.
Verstappen. Yes, I said Haja. Okay. I said.
So where did Haja?
I said Valtteri Bottas.
Where did he finish?
No. I was not trying to even find a name that is not there. Look at the finishing. We have in the finishing. We have Lando Norris. Yes, Oscar Piastri, Lando Norris. This is the world champion in Formula One. This is the world champion, Lando Norris. Then we have Leclerc. Leclerc is coming up now these days. This guy is really pushing. He is just at number 2 Ferrari, And then we have Piastri, Oscar Piastri, number 3. Then we have Max Verstappen. This is talking about the. I think this one is about
the general one.
No, this is the lineup.
Yeah, not
for
not
the race.
finishing.
Because if you see this, Kimi Antonelli. Okay, this is the final. This is the final result for the race, for the main race. That one was the pole position.
Yeah.
You know, who has taken pole position. Lando Norris had to take his first pole position of the season because he was the world champion. And we are now seeing Kimi Antonelli third and Max Verstappen on the second podium, just having.
So my prediction was
your prediction
right.
It was right
in comparison to your own.
Then we have Lando Norris, the world champion. You know, Lando Norris actually is the world champion.
Yeah.
It's been a while he won. I mean, this is the first winning for the season.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you right now that Lando Norris doesn't even look like someone who has won anything before. He looks just as young as Kimi, even though they are just in the same age range.
Yeah.
However, you have the legendary Max Verstappen just by the second position, second podium. Well, you know that this race, Lewis Hamilton was given a 5 seconds penalty.
Yeah.
In fact, you what? In the pole position, in the place where they have already arranged to start up the race, the position you start up the race, you would see that Lewis Hamilton was penalized. He was told to go and start at P5, while Kimi was told to go and start at P7. You see, so it still boils down.
Kimi
to,
still finished ahead of him.
No. Why Kimi will finish ahead of him? Listen, the motivation in this fight is not the same. I'm telling you, the motivation in this fight is not the same, and the inspiration in this fight could not be the same. You know, if Lewis Hamilton, you see, when someone starts earlier, they'll finish earlier. That's how it's done. That's why they fight for that pole position. In fact, for me, pole position is the race.
You know, we talked about this on Friday. You remember when we were saying the things that can influence, not just driving, where you start from matters a lot.
Pole position is actually the race. If you have a good pole position, you finish better. But if you have a bad pole position, you will not finish well.
Starting the race maybe at 15.
At 15
and you're
or
expecting
7th.
to go and overtake someone in position 2 or 1.
Unless there's a miracle.
Yeah, it has to take a good miracle.
All the cars are jamming each other.
Has fought, or they were colliding with each other for you to start from 15 or even 7. 15 might be even too back. Let's just use 7 to come and overtake someone in the first position is really difficult. It's not something. So most of the time they fight for that pole position. They practice free practice 1, free practice 2 before they now get into the race.
Yeah, even
so
free practice 3. They
just free practice 3
so that you master the
just to master the road and the terrain.
And then
even your car, you get to know what's wrong with the car if there's any issue. So at the end of the day, Kimi had to finish.
Yeah, at the end of the day, Kimi had to finish.
And of course, the winner is Norris. We can't take anything away from Norris.
You can't take anything away from world champion.
Yeah, he's the world champion. Leclerc was ahead. I saw a bit of highlights. When they were driving, Leclerc was ahead before Norris came. To overtake him. Kimi and what's his name, Lewis Hamilton. We are just finishing third and fourth or fifth for Hamilton. So this guy, he had to do something extra because he had to overtake Leclerc, who at the end of the day, could not finish in the first position. So it was like a race between both of them. It was between Leclerc and Norris initially before he had to take up the race and finish in the position 1. So it was a good race for him, the Hungarian Grand Prix, and coming back as in world champion is something good that we are having to see. Just before we go on a short break, let's take a look at the Punch newspaper, what we are having on the Punch newspaper, because there are a lot. Let's just look at the summary in the Punch newspaper just before we take a short break. We are having the Falcons arrive Rabat in Adire. The fabric they wore, it was so beautiful. I had to, almost go to the market on Sunday to look for this. Well,
I have a different opinion about this.
The attire.
Yes, I have a different opinion about that.
Yeah, why is that?
This is an agenda, I would tell you.
Okay.
How do you know this is an agenda?
What's the agenda?
This is an agenda now.
Okay.
What I mean is not because it's the agenda, but it's an agenda. It's really an agenda. Look at this. When we're trying to promote our products, what we are as a nation, what we are as a people, you remember sometime just this year, not even long ago, when the wife of the president had to make some remarks. I'm not saying it's wrong, but I'm saying that we arriving in this costume. For the women, it doesn't make sense to me.
But they are just promoting.
They're not
Nigeria.
promoting anything for
like
me.
Wearing your attire.
No, to me, they're not promoting anything. That's the point. Because there are many things we could wear. Okay, why didn't we wear our jersey, the adire as jersey? Okay, let me do that one. Could be far a bit. But why didn't we wear the other things to
you want
promote?
them to be on casual dressing or
no,
something?
no, listen. See, when we are okay, let me tell you what promotion means. When you look at the DR Congo's team when they arrived for their FIFA World Cup game, I would have shown you the picture how they dressed. They were all suited,
Okay.
but they had a piece of their culture on the clothes. It made them look decent. It made them look representing. It made them look okay. They looked very, very nice. Now, when they arrived, it was a different story. We saw something from them. I think the cap too. They had a cap, a local cap. Promoting. Do you see how common that adire looks? It's just like a gown. Like, what is that? That's not the standard.
I don't know why I might not be in agreement with what you are saying.
Don't agree with me.
I'm looking at it like they are promoting the culture.
They are promoting the
Africa.
culture. Yes,
Africa. We are the one known for adire.
Yes, that's not.
Is it looking so common or is it looking so?
Listen,
I don't get.
Okay, maybe it's my fault. I would say because of how I have seen it over the years,
Okay.
and I'm not saying adire is bad. I'm actually saying, even if we are promoting our culture,
Yeah.
did you see the way that adire was made?
It's just like a gown.
Why is it a gown? Why are we wearing a gown?
It's a gown that covers you from top to to your feet. So for me, I don't know. I'm not seeing anything wrong with it.
No. See. Let me tell you.
Okay, you wanted it to be shirts and
Could be something nicer.
so it's the gown that is the problem.
Yes, not the material, because if you say adire, you can use adire and make a suit.
Yeah.
You can use adire and that could be more promoting.
Creative,
it could be creative.
Anyway.
Like it looks like Nike. The people that Adidas that had to that were producing those things. They were told to just go to Aba and make a gown. They were told to go to Aba and make a gown. Like you see, even the Super Eagles, Super Falcons players, they were just wearing it. And I saw one video. I can't actually remember who that person was on that video. She was, to tell you how common that gown. It was like a maternity gown.
Well.
No, I'm telling you what this thing is, because at times, if you check the budget, that's what we're talking about. If you check the budget that we used to produce this gown now, it is way beyond some private sector budget, some public sector budget.
Of course, a lot will have gone in, but like I said, I did not see anything wrong with the adire.
Okay, let me
maybe just because it's a gown.
Yes, let me actually.
Is it so? You wanted more creativity from what they but their own the information they were just trying to pass is just being
because
representing the African culture.
African culture,
adire,
wonderful.
Also, Ghanaians have worn their
No. Did they wear gown? Did the women wear gown? That's the question.
But the gown should not be so much a problem. It's a gown, and it was well sewn. It covers their body. It's just for me. Maybe you wanted something like suit,
not suit.
Or shirt and
in fact, let me tell you. If we're talking about culture right now, from the point of Nigeria in sports, we are not so suited. I will use that word. Even in the society, we are not so suited. We are not the suited people. I will use that word. Permit me to use it. What I'm saying is that there are many things we could do apart from that gown. I mean, styles we could initiate, and this thing is not even a problem, because okay, let me ask you, who were the people who made the gown?
I'm not supposed to know.
No. What I'm saying this is because that gown, if we're trying to support our own and promote our own, why was it not made in Aba? Why was no? Let's talk about why was it not made in Aba? Why was it not made in Lagos or somewhere? Okay, let's say it was made in Lagos. Why was it not made in Aba? Why was it not made in the East? You will see that the people who produced that gown would be the sponsors. The jersey sponsors of our national team, and it does not really add up as a nation who is trying to promote themselves.
Well,
are we not talking about export here? Are we not talking about exporting our culture, even in the world of sport, even in the circle where we find ourselves? Okay, I'm not trying to condemn. I'm actually trying to point out to you that we could have done better. And I
the same idea.
Yes, we could have something. See, there are many things we could wear. Even if it's already adire, it's already our thing. Yeah. When someone sees it, it's already our material. So you can shoot it up, or you can, style it. There are many things women wear.
So I'm getting your point now. The issue is the styling.
Yes.
So you should have not
just
gown that is just.
What kind of gown is that?
Well, let's go on a short break. Who will be back to deal with other issues. Mr. Godoba said you guys should have not worn gown. So probably I'm trying to understand that it's just the gown. There was no creativity in the adire. It could have been in a way that it would have been suited up, or in a better fashion. But I'm not a fashion designer, so let's just go for a short break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
All right, welcome back from that brief short break. It's still your program Aneke Sports right here on Aneke TV, and we are taking a look at the Punch Extra, where we are having so much update. Let's go back into that Punch Extra and look at what we are having. We say, "See you on the pitch." Okoronkwo replies, "Racist." These racists cannot be tolerated in the world of sports. When people come out and abuse, all these, people, it's not a nice thing. So he has said, "See you on the pitch." Then, of course, suspect arrested in Falcons theft case. We heard that there was a case where something got missing in the camp, so there has been an arrest, and we are yet to get more information on that. Then also we are having Adesina Onojuvevo arrives as athletics begins. Then by this side you're having Nigeria suffer more boxing blows. Then we are coming down, we have Maresca vows to create city blueprint. That's talking about Manchester City. Enzo Maresca vows to create city blueprint. Then by down there you're still having Chouameni willing to join United. Then coming down we have Bakola prefers Liverpool to Chelsea, then Arsenal. Then of course Barca revive Krupi interest amid Alvarez uncertainty. Then down there you're having Dagger scores on mode return. Then you still have by the side Flying Eagles face Ghana in Wafu opener. Then Chukwueze set for crunch preseason tax. You're also having to see Boniface strengthens Leverkusen comeback. Then Young fights back to claim weight fitting silver. Then by the front there you have Bring It On. Joshua Ice Fury showdown after stunning return KO. That's talking about Anthony Joshua, who currently defeated his opponent. That's talking about Prenga. He says Bring It On. We know the main event or the main fight will be the fight against Tyson Fury. That we are not having a specific date yet, but when that comes up we'll bring it to you. We only have the location being in the US, and we are going to see the date that is going to be fixed. But moving into football, just talking about this Chouameni willing to join United. United have been in the race for Chouameni for quite a while, and I know this is a good news for the Manchester United fans if this deal is going to come to pass, if it's going to skate through. Chouameni, talking about the midfielder willing to join Manchester United. Manchester United have been in the market to get some midfielders. They got Tillemans already, they got Andre Santos, they still have, of course, they have Bruno Fernandes, they still have Kobe Mainoo. So Chouameni adding to these names will be so much, will I say the midfield might just be complete, when you have this option to use, there is someone at the bench, in case of any injury crisis or anything. And also talking about Bakola, who prefers Liverpool he has said that he does not want to sign a contract in PSG. Bakola, of course, plays for PSG, and he has refused to put pen on paper. He has refused to renew his contract. He wants a move. You know, this guy always comes from the bench talking about Paris Saint-Germain. You have the likes of Desire Doué who plays ahead of him. So he wants more playing time, and he has come out to say he prefers Liverpool over Chelsea, over Arsenal. And of course, Paris Saint-Germain has gone to put a price that well, I say I don't know what they are doing with this price that they are trying to peg on somebody. Is it that the market is getting to a state that we do not understand? Because after Manchester City, you know, everybody has been criticizing Manchester City that they're the one that started this spoiling in terms of buying players, where they got Anderson for over 80 million euros, and of course Tonali was gotten over 80 million euros. So PSG has come out to say if these people are, because they said it that if Anderson could be worth 80 million euros and Tonali worth why will Bakola not be worth more than 100? And they have come out to put a price tag of about 140 million euros, and I'm beginning to wonder, is Bakola really worth this price? Why are you putting 140 million euros?
I like that question.
Is it really worth the price?
Now let me just clear you. I told you that. I told our audience and you that is watching me, and watching me.
Of course,
I'm watching me. Good, very well. I told some of our friends too, who are outside, that one thing about contracts in football is that it does not just depend on the club; it depends on the players too. Now, what we are seeing here is just an overshoot of arrangement, because Arsenal, Liverpool, and Chelsea have shown interest in Bakola. Now, Bakola, what has he played? How many appearances did he? How many matches did he appear?
Even in Paris Saint-Germain, he does not start.
He does not start.
Do a start ahead of him.
So now, the thing is, for me, I will tell you, Bakola is not a bad business. But having that kind of transaction coming to Liverpool could ruin Liverpool's game. Now, Liverpool actually ruined themselves from the beginning. Why would you sell Luis Diaz? I may not know a lot about that story, which is good, I know. But I'm going to tell you from what is available. Luis Diaz's contract could have been improved.
Yes, that was the main
That was just the issue.
It was just about
improve his contract. Listen, this guy is already doing well. He's already, look at what he's doing in Bayern Munich. Even though he's not shining as much as Olise, Michael Olise. But he has the contributions. He has the goals, and he's playing well. I remember, see, I told you something. Since the loss of Diogo Jota, the late Diogo Jota, Liverpool has not been the same. Their decision making has been weird. But right now we are having Bakola. What is Bakola? What is he going to bring into the team? Is he the bar of cola lot? Just looking at this guy having pricing for 140 million. Okay, let me tell you where this thing is getting weird. Arsenal would not be willing to pay for Bruno Guimaraes for 100 million.
Of course.
But they want to pay for
Newcastle are asking for. That's why I say Manchester City, we are the one that destroyed the market. In the very first buy of this season, they were the one that went ahead to buy Anderson for 80 million euros, and everybody is now
80 million.
Since you can
80 million euros.
Yes, that's Anderson for
80 million.
How much was it? It was above 80.
No, Anderson.
It was above 80.
And Elliot Anderson, the English
from West Ham.
To destroy from West Ham.
Yes, the one they got
from Nottingham Forest.
From Nottingham Forest.
Good, to destroy him. No, if they bought someone from 80 million, that's Mateus Fernandes.
Yes,
that's 85.
85.
The package is 85 million. Add-ons, everything is 85 million. Now, Manchester City destroyed the transfer.
They destroyed it.
They bought Anderson 115 million.
No, that's not the criticism. That's where PSG came out and said Bakola is 19. He still has a long career to go, and of course, you people are showing interest. When more than 2 clubs are showing interest, they said, okay, Manchester City paid this amount, Tottenham paid this amount. Gordons for Barcelona got him for about 80 million. So now you are talking about a younger candidate, a younger footballer who is shining, who is still in his prime, and you want to get him for, because Liverpool came with a bid of less than 100 million euros, and they were like, we cannot accept this price.
Okay.
We cannot.
You know the funny thing?
Yeah.
Anderson is 1 155.
155
million pounds.
I think Bakola should be 170.
No, see the thing.
Since everybody want to be hyping the price,
it's just overshooting. I thought it's an overshooting price.
Olise will be 400.
Olise will be 500. If I was to be,
it should be 400.
If I was to manage Olise, it's 500 though. If you're not bringing,
no wonder. But
what did Bakola does not? Of course,
in this
no. Why will you sell Alvarez?
Madrid now are saying 500 million release clause.
How will you How will you sell Alvarez to Barcelona?
Came for him now.
No,
he has seen very much interested. He said if Atletico are open to negotiate, they are very much interested. And right now, I can tell you that Alvarez, just if Atletico Madrid want to even go into the market just to remove that release clause, they want to keep that aside and sell him, he will be worth over 200 million euros. From what we are having to see in the market now, you are saying Bakola is 140, you are saying Anderson is 150. So Alvarez is above 200. There's no negotiation about that. Barcelona should not come back with that price of 120 that they brought earlier. That one is almost impossible.
You know the funny thing here? What has Bakola done for club and country? Of course, he was
influential. We could say he was influential
in the French national
Paris Saint-Germain.
Yes, PSG. No, not influential in the French. No.
In Paris Saint-Germain, he had some goals when he came from.
He had some goals.
Yes,
listen,
he had some assists.
We're talking about impact.
He made impact.
If he was given the position to play, anytime he comes up, he delivers.
No, he delivers.
Of course, but considering he's not a starter,
that's the basis. Okay.
I feel
you're not even starting ahead of doing in your position, and you want to be worth 100. Where is football really going to? What are they turning football to?
I should really produce a documentary on
I don't know where they are taking this price market, because the transfer market that we are still going to see a lot.
Yes.
This is just like,
because how can Morgan Rogers he be bought 117 million pounds?
So that's just this. And Morgan Rogers, of course, is older than Bakola. Now PSG are telling you that this guy is very young. You are buying someone that is young and talented. So now they want to just inflate that price so that when they sell, they make enough money to get. So the market for me is already distorted, is already destabilized. So anybody that wants to sell, let's keep Bakola aside. Look at the person that's almost in front of everywhere now, Diamonde. How much? No, tell me what has Diamonde done. Let's even leave Bakola. We can say Bakola Now let's go to Diamonde.
You know why I'm laughing? I gave an analysis of this on my status. You guys should try and join me on WhatsApp.
Okay.
Where I'm giving this analysis. See, that winger, that Ivorian winger.
Yeah.
I did not see, like, it's just his highlights. I didn't see anything he played in the World Cup.
What did he play in the World Cup?
I didn't see anything he played in the World Cup. Secondly, sincerely, the reason why Real Madrid has signed him, like they're almost at the finishing point of the negotiation.
Yeah.
So in few days he will be signed.
Yeah.
Like it will be official. Diomande will be official. He will be announced.
I think within this week.
Yeah, he will be announced as a Real Madrid player. But wearing this jersey on graphics does not make you to be signed.
Okay.
After medicine, after the medicals, you will really go to check.
Yeah.
Now, I was even thinking earlier that this guy was a midfielder.
No.
I had to now go check
left winger.
Yes, I had to go check where, and I saw that he was actually a winger. Now, the thing is, Liverpool was coming for him, Arsenal was coming for him, which Arsenal cannot pay for him.
Yeah, even Paris Saint-Germain.
PSG was coming for him. Now, the battle was not between Arsenal, PSG, and Real Madrid. No, the battle is between PSG and Real Madrid, the two European giants. Why? Real Madrid's influence, PSG's influence, and trophy-winning mentality. They actually have a good coach and a good squad. While Madrid has a veteran who is their coach, that's Jose Mourinho. Also, looking at Real Madrid, the way they have structured themselves and the way they're going this season, they're really making a lot of impact. Having to welcome Bernardo Silva, Ibrahim, Konate, and Marc Cucurella from Spain, from Chelsea too. So the World Cup winner. So looking at this, entries into the club, I would tell you that everyone would want to join Real Madrid right now. But the question is, they are trying to fill that position of Rodrigo, who is injured. That's good. Diomande will fill that position. Yeah. Now, the major thing is that PSG coming for Diomande would actually mean that Bakola would be sold. Well, since Bakola has, agreed personal terms with Real Madrid, it means that Bakola would not play for PSG. And when he comes to Real Madrid, he will play where Rodrigo plays. Now, see the math. The math there is that when two big giants are chasing you, just like I'm not a giant, I can't chase you. But when two big giants are chasing you, it means that you will inflate your bill. Yeah. That's how it works. You inflate your bill so that it can really, really relate to your level. For instance, even if you worth 30 million euros, you would now say, what? Even your team would, say what you want should be 500 million or 100 million. No, why is because these are big guys. They have the money, they have the influence, they have the wealth, they're chasing you. Now, another thing I want to point out here is that when I heard that Arsenal was going for Diomande, I laughed because these guys, when I read that post, someone was like, Arsenal doesn't have money. I said, not as poor as Barca. I'm not as poor as Barca right now.
Arsenal will not. It's not that they don't have the money. They will not want to spend that kind of.
Arsenal is just like a stingy man that is dating a young woman. Okay. That is asking the young woman for please, do you have airtime? Let me call. Please, do you have 500? Please give me. Do you have 600 naira? Give me. Please, do you have 1,000 naira? That's how Arsenal is. They have the money. They are so rich, but they cannot. They are so careful with their spending.
Arsenal they are business minded. Arsenal will not just come and buy you 140 million. When there are a lot of people that can offer them that services.
Well, the thing is, for me, I'm even not going to side Arsenal, because right now the only people I could side should be the people who demand the signs, and Diomande right now they are going to make a lot of impact. Diomande is going to make a lot of impact. He's going to make a lot of impact in that Real Madrid team. But now the question is, if they eventually sell Bakola, that's Paris Saint-Germain, who are they going to Liverpool? In Liverpool, you only have, Ngumoha, Rio Ngumoha. You have Rio Ngumoha. You have Gapo. Then you have Isak and the rest of them.
Salah has gone.
Salah has gone. You see, Liverpool, I'm not sure they are awake in this transfer. Because leaving Salah to go, there's no replacement of Salah till now. What do you want to do?
Even Diaz that left, there was no replacement. Because I can tell you that Gapo has not replaced Diaz.
That's the problem.
Then Salah has gone now. There's nobody coming in.
That's the problem Liverpool had. Because that's why they did not perform well this season. Apart from the tension that Slot had with Salah, due to he benched him 3 matches straight, which everyone was saying benching you would have been the best decision for the team.
Yeah, but he was not performing.
He was not at his best. So. Now, looking at that game, looking at what happened, you would see that Salah's replacement would have been. They would have signed Salah.
That's what they should have been talking about now.
Now
they are not yet.
They are not yet. Okay, what do you want Gapo to do? What do you want Gapo to do? Do you want Shozobolai to go and play just at the wing? Look, like let's be honest. Let's really be honest for with this situation.
Anyway, that's what I say. With time, there's still a lot of time for everybody to get who they want to get, but they have not been making the move. Rather, in fact, they are letting the ones they have go. So this. About 2 to 3 weeks remaining, we are still going to see a lot of transfers in the windows. We are still going to see, of course, Liverpool. They have no option. They will have to buy somebody. Salah going, we just have to see somebody coming to replace him. Then, of course, even Manchester United have not made a lot of moves. They have not, apart from Santos and Tielemans that they have signed, they still have to replace their defense. Talking about Luke Shaw, who probably is leaving. Then also Martinez, Martinez had to pick up some injury in the World Cup. So there are still a lot that we are going to see. But on the Monday deal, of course, we still have Vinicius, when he comes to Real Madrid, he's a right winger. He's a natural right winger. If he comes to Real Madrid, if Vinicius is still going to remain in Real Madrid, that means he has to go over to the left, plays where Rodrigo plays. So we are going to see what's going to happen at the end of the day, to see Diamonde going to Madrid, to see what's his name, Bakola going to Liverpool. If they are going to go at the end of the day, we still have some times where this deal don't go through, where the price does not go through. So we are going to see a lot that is going to happen within the transfer.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot that's going to happen, and we are hopeful and anticipating for the best. Yeah. Yesterday, Kylian Mbappe had to, tender, would I say, an apology or a heartfelt, letter to the fans. I'm sure you are Kylian Mbappe's fan, so I mean, he's talking to you too.
To the French side.
Yeah, to the French side, and also to the, people who had seen him in the World Cup. So yesterday he had to write this letter, and where he announced that it was really not his plan to just back out. It's just a summary I'm giving, because this was actually the letter that he wrote, and he wrote it in French. I mean, you speak French, right?
No. You are the one that speak French, not me. It's Italian I speak.
Okay, you speak Latin. All right, I think I have a translation of that letter. So while it's just displayed to you on the screen, I would love to read it out and tell you what he is talking about. And it makes a lot of sense right now, because Kylian Mbappe has never been someone who had not been this, open to talk about his next game and what he means for him at the end of the day. So we are having this letter where he wrote and had to talk about, he said, thank you, and the 1 month of emotion of going beyond limits, of pride in wearing the color of France, of passion, above all, the same one that drives us on the field and that drives you in front of the screen in the stands. That's what we lived together. An incredible story. We didn't bring back a team trophy. It hurts, and it will keep hurting. For a while, I'm not going to lie to you about that. The title of top scorer, I accept with pride, but it would have been so much better with the cup on top. We may have owed you a more beautiful ending, but we don't always choose the end of the story. We choose what we put into it, and we put everything in that we are proud of. Thank you to my teammates. Without their work, their runs, their passes, without that team spirit that carried us from the first to the last match, I never would have scored so much. This title belongs to the team as much as it does to me. As a kid, dreamed of playing in a World Cup. At least one. I've played in 3, won 1, and this year I had the pride of competing in it with the captain's armband. I will never forget it. You stay up late, sometimes until the middle of the night, deepening on the time zones to watch us play on the other side of the world. You gathered at the home, in bars, with family or friends all over France and beyond. Others were right there with us. In the stadiums, flags over their shoulders, children with eyes sparkling, men and women of all origins and all generations together, united around the same pleasure, that of sharing. That's the power of the sport. As you never let us down, even in the toughest moments, even when we deserved it less. This story, we wrote it with millions of hands, not just 11 on the field, carried by the same fervor. So Didier Deschamps, the coach, I've already said what I have to say. He knows. Thank you to him, to his entire staff too, physios, cooks, and drivers, trainers, all those whom have seen us and without whom none of this would have been possible. And to those who welcomed us in the United States throughout this competition, thank you. Football at its core remains a game we take very seriously, what we work our whole lives to try to master. But it's still a game with its simple rules that haven't changed since we started playing it. Ball, goal, desire to score. That's why it brings us all together with the same passion. This World Cup is coming to an end, but the story, it continues. There will be other matches, other summer or winter evenings, where we will all come together again in front of the same game, with the same desire intact. We're not done playing together. Thank you for everything, Kylian Mbappe. Oh, what an emotional letter I just read right now, I am already sobbing. Oh my days, I'm already sobbing. No. Well, it shows professionalism, sportsmanship, and dedication to the country. I mean, Kylian Mbappe coming out to write this letter to express his feelings to the world at large, not just to the country. Because when you're talking about his fans are not just the French, French nationals. His fans are all over the world. If Kylian Mbappe is playing in this team, everyone wants to watch. Everyone who's his fan. I mean, some ladies too wants to watch, because they are admiring the young man as a fine man. You know, ladies are very, also watch. Also. Yes, while we are talking about the Women's African Cup of Nations, we are seeing some other ladies at the other end admiring a young man who is cute. Of course. But him expressing this, I think you have something to say about it.
No, you have said everything. It shows passion. It shows commitment. After, will I say, disappointing outing in the World Cup, everybody or most people expected the French side to get, at least to the final. It was more of something that we were expecting to see them in the final, but of course they had to be knocked out in the semi-final by the Spanish side. Then also moving to play the third place, which was so embarrassing. We will have said the first half was so embarrassing that they were 4-0 down by halftime, and of course they had to do something to try and fix the situation where the match ended 6-4. So it was generally a disappointing one for the French side. So of course Kylian Mbappe is the captain of the French squad, so it's showing a good committed player who is dedicated to the French side coming outside to write this emotional letter to the fans and to the community. It's a nice one that we are going to say kudos to Mbappe. And of course, like we all know, this is not going to be his last World Cup. We are still going to see the likes of Kylian Mbappe, and of course I hope France will get a better result in their next World Cup. Still moving on, talking about the transfer, we still have other names that we are going to let our viewers know. We are talking about Ismaila Benassa, that's talking about the AC Milan player. He has to travel to Qatar for medical tests and contract signing as a new Al-Garraf player. That's talking about Benassa, the AC Milan player. He's moving to the Saudi Arabian League. Still on the transfer news, we have Bayern Munich, who have agreed a deal to sign Bara Sapoko, that's the Senegalese, on a permanent move. This guy is just 18 years old. We are going to see Bara Sapoko for Bayern Munich. The Senegalese is going to sign a contract till 2031. Still in the transfer news, we still have the Brazilian talent Hetor has attracted serious interest from City Group side Troyes, with initial approach made. That's talking about the French side Troyes. They are also interested in the Brazilian talents. Then still in the news, we are having Dani Ceballos. We this guy also came on a loan move to Arsenal. He has played in the Premier League side. He's a Real Madrid player, and he has outrun his contract with Real Madrid, so probably we are going to see him move to a new club this season. Dani Ceballos, he has not featured so much with the Real Madrid squad. He has been there. I can tell you, Ceballos has been in Real Madrid for more than 4 seasons, but you might have not probably seen him because he has not been really featured. He has not really been integrated into the team. At a point, he had to move to Arsenal to play some minutes of football. Then coming back to Real Madrid, he was not still involved in the game. So we are going to see Ceballos, trying a new chapter somewhere else. We are not aware of any club interest in him yet, but as time goes on, we are going to see where he's going to move to. Then talking about someone else, we are moving to Fulham, who are set to approach Real Madrid to negotiate for Gonzalo Garcia. Fulham are in negotiation, for the Real Madrid player. Talking about Gonzalo Garcia, we are going to see what's going to happen. Then also Manchester United fullback, talking about Mazraoui, has picked Pantera as new agency to represent him. This is also talking about the people that are going to represent the Manchester United defender. Then also Josko Gvardiol will complete all formal steps today, including media stuff with Manchester City, to unveil his new contract. Talking about the defender Gvardiol, we are going to see him renew his contract. He's going to sign another contract valid till June 2031. Then also we are having Tottenham in advanced talk for Savinho. Talking about the winger of Manchester City, we are going to probably see if he's going to move to Tottenham. Talking about, the winger did not have a good time in Manchester City, so Tottenham are also interested in signing him. So these are the things, the players we have on the transfer news for you today on Aneke Sports. And this is where we are going to call it a day, a segment, a wrap on Aneke Sports. Don't forget, to leave your comments on our social handles, talking about Facebook, talking about Instagram, talking about YouTube, talking about X. Leave your comments on the show, how you feel or what you have that we have not brought your way. Any comments will be appreciated. I remain your humble host, Worldwide, saying have a lovely morning. Bye-bye.
And I'm Good Hope Chukwumadu Sports Oracle. Thank you for watching. It's been a pleasure. Have a wonderful morning. Bye.
The eagles stand as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
A good morning and welcome to news around the globe on Aneke TV. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Glad to have you join us. On the headlines, federal government raises annual hazard allowances for university non-academic staff to 486,000 naira. Federal government increases nursing school admissions to 50,000 to address critical healthcare workforce shortages. On the foreign scene, Iran vows retaliation following deadly Ukrainian strike on Iranian vessel in the Caspian Sea. On business, oil prices sink to $92 as U.S.-Iran pause fuels renewed hopes over the Strait of Hormuz. Now the news in details. The federal government has approved an upward review of hazard allowances and earned benefits for non-academic staff across federal universities, raising top-tier laboratory hazards pay to 486,000 naira annually. Communicated through an official circular issued by the National Salaries, Income and Wages Commission, the revised remuneration structure carries retrospective effect from January 1st, 2026, following a formal bilateral arrangement reached with the Non-Academic Staff Union of Educational and Associated Institutions. The broad financial adjustment encompasses elevated responsibility allowances for principal university officers, including registrars, bursars, and directors. Furthermore, the package establishes newly approved uniform allowances for active laboratory technical personnel, alongside enhanced stipends for institutional field supervision duties. The comprehensive review resolves months of intense labor negotiations designed to cushion university personnel against prevailing inflationary pressures. Government representatives emphasized that the policy intervention is structured to ensure industrial harmony and safeguard uninterrupted academic calendars across Nigeria's tertiary education landscape. Federal authorities reaffirmed their commitment to maintaining transparent engagements with trade unions. Labor leadership has acknowledged the intervention, urging sustained implementation of all structural arrangements to enhance overall productivity within public universities. The federal government has expanded annual admission quotas into nursing institutions nationwide from 20,000 to 50,000 candidates in a strategic policy measure to tackle Nigeria's critical health workforce deficits. The Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, announced the policy framework, explaining that human capital expansion in essential healthcare tracks form a vital pillar of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's broader economic revival agenda. Addressing press correspondents, Dr. Alausa highlighted that enrollment capacity has also been expanded across degree programs in medicine, pharmacy, and dentistry. The aggressive operational expansion seeks to counter the structural impact of health professional emigration, widely recognized as the Japa phenomenon, which has drained clinical talent from primary and tertiary hospitals. The Education Ministry expressed confidence that scaling academic and clinical training capacity will stabilize domestic healthcare delivery while equipping Nigerian medical personnel to excel internationally. Strategic investment in health sector education remain directly tied to building resilient institutional capacity and supporting long-term economic development goals. An ndlea ERJ-170LR regional aircraft operated by domestic carrier Enugu Air has been officially classified as a total hull loss following a severe runway excursion during unfavorable weather conditions at Benin Airport. The 17-year-old twin jets overran the tarmac boundary amid torrential rain on July 23rd, sustaining catastrophic structural damage when both primary landing gear assembles were forced upward through the wings, detaching from the fuselage. Emergency Response Unit executed the swift evacuation protocol, successfully extracting all 63 passengers and 5 crew members into an adjacent grassy area without any recorded fatalities or major injuries. Operation Aviation records confirmed that the extensive airframe and structural damage sustained during the crash rendered the aircraft beyond economic repair. The Nigerian Safety Investigation Bureau, alongside the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, has opened formal technical investigations to determine the precise atmospheric and operational factors contributing to the overshoot. Technical teams are examining flight data records, air traffic control transcripts, and runway surface drainage conditions during the storm. In the aftermath of the crash, Enugu Air announced temporary adjustment to its regional flight schedules as federal regulators complete site inspections. Civil aviation authorities reiterated that strict operational compliance will be enforced across domestic carriers operating during peak weather events. The Independent National Electoral Commission in Osun State has issued explicit assurances to the voting public that eternal leadership disputes within local transport unions will not disrupt distribution logistics for the upcoming August 15th governorship election. Speaking at a civic town hall meeting in Osogbo, Resident Electoral Commissioner Oluwatoyin Babalola emphasized that secure and timely transport deployment remains essential for delivering electoral officers and sensitive materials across all local government areas. To bypass local factional friction within regional branches of the National Union of Road Transport Workers, the Commission confirmed it has established direct administrative coordination with the union's national executive leadership. The strategic logistical framework ensures neutral driver location and structured fleet management across election day routes. Community leaders and traditional rulers participating in the dialogue cautioned political actors against inciting electoral violence, charging security agencies to maintain total neutrality. Civil leaders appealed directly to the electorate to reject vote-buying tactics and defend the integrity of the democratic process as 14 registered political parties complete campaign rallies. INEC reaffirmed its operational readiness, highlighting that non-sensitive materials have been deployed to local government storage facilities. Security agencies have similarly deployed joint patrols to safeguard electoral infrastructure and maintain public order throughout the voting period. The Minister of State for Defense, General Christopher Musa, has ordered military field commanders to escalate counter-terrorism operations across the northwest zone following recent insurgent incursions in Zamfara State. Expressing condolences to affected agrarian communities in Bungudu local government area, the minister reaffirmed the federal government's resolve to neutralize criminal elements and restore civil authority across vulnerable communities. Under executive directives, military formations operating under Operation Fasanyama across Zamfara, Kebbi, Katsina, Sokoto and Kaduna states have been instructed to expand intelligence-led surveillance, intensify combat patrols, and dismantle identified insurgent enclaves. Strategic air and ground components are maintaining continuous operational clearance exercises along known transit corridors. Defense authorities commended frontline troops for recent offensive actions that successfully neutralized key terror operatives in Gumi, Bukuyum, and Anka operational sectors. Field commanders were instructed to sustain relentless pressure against remaining armed groups while upholding professional codes of engagement during tactical maneuvers. The Defense Ministry urged traditional rulers and local civic leadership to support ongoing military operations by providing actionable real-time intelligence to counter terror informant networks. Regional security coordination is being strengthened to protect agricultural hubs and rural communities during the ongoing farming season. The Consulate General of Nigeria in Johannesburg has officially condemned the extrajudicial killing of Nigerian citizen Ibe Chika Simon during an operational raid conducted by the South African Police Service in Belleville, Cape Town. Expressing deep diplomatic concern over the circumstances surrounding the incident, the Nigerian mission also confirmed that another Nigerian national, Igwabo Patrick Chuks, remains in critical condition following severe gunshot wounds sustained during the same confrontation. Denouncing the event as a grave violation of international human rights norms, the diplomatic mission highlighted recurring patterns of heavy-handed law enforcement targeted at foreign nationals within specific municipal jurisdictions. The consulate formally petitioned South African judicial authorities to institute an immediate, transparent and independent investigation to hold the involved police officers accountable. The Nigerian mission appealed to the Nigerian community across Western Cape and Gauteng provinces to remain calm and avoid civil unrest, assuring that formal diplomatic channels and legal avenues are being actively leveraged to pursue justice. Executive representatives emphasized that law enforcement actions must adhere strictly to constitutional guarantees and due process. International human rights observers and civil society organizations have echoed calls for accountability, urging law enforcement agencies to enforce transparent rules of engagement and build trust within multicultural suburban communities. The House of Representatives Ad Hoc Committee investigating the unauthorized establishment of the Presidential Foreign Investment Promotion Council interviewed the Accountant General of the Federation, Dr. Shamsuddin Ogunjimi, as legislative inquiries entered a third week. Parliamentary investigators demanded clarification regarding how an entity characterized by the federal government as completely fictional and fictitious secured functional office infrastructure in Abuja and a 1.32 billion budgetary allocation within federal financial records. Dr. Ogunjimi was summoned to explain the administrative procedures through which the unapproved council approved and obtained an active government budget code within the Integrated Personnel and Payroll Information System and Financial Management Frameworks. Lawmakers focused inquiries on identifying systemic vulnerabilities within public finance accounting protocols that permitted unverified entities to access public funds. The legislative probe gained urgency following the arrest of Adeyemi Adeniyi, who posed as the council's Director General and allegedly asserted he paid 400 million naira to Presidential Chief of Staff Femi Gbajabiamila to facilitate the fraudulent appointment. The presidency and the office of the Chief of Staff have unequivocally repudiated the claims, describing the suspect as an imposter operating an unauthorized scheme. Ad hoc Committee Chairman Yusuf Gagdi affirmed that the panel will continue summoning key accounting officers across federal ministries to determine whether structural negligence or deliberate administrative misservice facilitated the fraudulent entry within public expenditure systems. Legislative recommendations will be presented directly to the House plenary upon conclusion of all evidence sessions. You're watching news around the globe coming to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now here is a recap of some of the major stories making headlines. The federal government has approved an upward review of hazard allowances for non-academic staff in federal universities, with annual payments rising to 486,000 naira for eligible personnel. The federal government has increased annual admissions into nursing schools to 50,000 as part of efforts to strengthen Nigeria's healthcare workforce and address the shortage of medical professionals. And coming up shortly on the foreign scene, Iran has vowed retaliatory measures following a deadly Ukrainian strike on an Iranian vessel in the Caspian Sea. And on business, oil prices fell to $92 as the pause in tensions between the United States and Iran raised fresh hopes over stability in the Strait of Hormuz. Stay with us.
Obodo ọbụla nwere akụkọ, aka mgbe ọbụla nwere ihe butere ya, nsogbu ọbụla kwesịrị inwe ogbugbo, site na ọchịchị ruo mmepe obodo, site na nchekwa ruo na mmụta, site na omenala ruo na akụnụba, a na-ewepụta okwu ndị ahụ na-emetụta anyị ma leba ha anya. Ọ bụ ohere n'okwu gị dịka a na-ajụ ajụjụ ma na-enweta ọsịsa ajụjụ ndị ahụ. Ọ bụ ihe mmemme a na-ele anya n'okwu ndị ahụ metụtara anyị ya na ọdịnihu a chọrọ iwulite. Sonyere Joshua Ozioko n'Otobo dịka ọ ga-akpọta ndị ọnụ na-eru n'okwu, ndị ma ha ekwe na-akụ nakwa ọha na eze ka ha tinye ọnụ n'okwu ndị ahụ gbasara anyị niile. Otobo maka inweta ozi ndị ahụ bara ezigbo uru. Ọ na-abịara gị kwa ụbọchị Tuesday na Friday ma ọkụ elekere 5 nke uhuruchi na Aneke TV. Otobo maka ọdịmma anyị niile.
You're welcome back. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has issued a formal warning that a recent long-range strike targeting an Iranian commercial vessel in the Caspian Sea will not go unanswered. Tehran confirmed that the maritime explosion resulted in the death of one crew member and left another severely injured. In urgent diplomatic communications with European Union Foreign Policy Chief Kaja Kallas and Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, Foreign Minister Araghchi condemned the offensive as a direct violation of international law. Iranian diplomats simultaneously summoned Ukraine's official representative in Tehran to lodge a formal diplomatic protest. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky defended the targeted military operation, asserting that Kiev authorized long-range strikes against Caspian Sea shipping assets, actively transporting military hardware for Russian military forces. Ukrainian defense officials maintain that the targeted vessels directly support Moscow's war logistics. Tehran continues to repudiate assertions of direct military involvement in the European conflict, warning Kiev and its international allies that unprovoked attacks on commercial shipping will provoke dangerous escalation across regional maritime corridors. Iran has officially agreed to suspend retaliatory military operations following a temporary cessation of U.S. airstrikes across regional operational zones. United States President Donald Trump ordered the suspension of air bombardments after military strategists advised that target selections were exhausted and tactical defense munitions required replenishment. Tehran confirmed that its national military posture remains anchored on a strict strategy of proportional deterrence, signaling a temporary operational freeze, while Washington frames the tactical pause as an opportunity to obtain and open diplomatic channels. The operational lull follows 13 consecutive nights of intense military escalation, sparked by kinetic confrontations over strategic maritime trade routes in the Strait of Hormuz. Despite the diplomatic opening, senior Iranian officials voiced strong skepticism regarding Washington's long-term intentions, characterizing the bombing suspension as a tactical respite rather than a fundamental policy shift. Both nations maintained heightened military readiness as regional powers monitor international mediation efforts. German tactical police units shot and killed one suspect linked to a vehicle ramming attack at Berlin's annual Christopher Street Day Pride event. Law enforcement officers tracked the suspect, identified as 21-year-old German citizen Abdul Bolaut, to an allotment garden complex in the Spandau suburban district in Berlin, where the fatal shooting occurred. The initial assault unfolded when a commercial van drove into parade participants in central Berlin, killing one person, injuring 29 others, and prompting organizers to cancel remaining festivities. Federal security agencies launched an immediate nationwide manhunt following the incident. Berlin police officials confirmed that the suspect advanced aggressively towards special task force units, wielding a bladed weapon during the confrontation, forcing officers to discharge service firearms. Emergency medical personnel initiated resuscitation maneuvers at the scene, but the suspect was pronounced dead. Federal counter-terrorism prosecutors have assumed control of the formal investigation, citing preliminary evidence that points to an ideologically motivated terrorist act. Security measures have been heightened around public venues across the federal capital. Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel has issued a sharp condemnation of the United States oil embargo and economic sanctions, describing Washington's policy measures as political genocide against the Cuban populace. Addressing citizens at a National Rebellion Day ceremony in Pinar del Rio, marking the 73rd anniversary of the Cuban Revolution, the head of state rejected allegations of state-sponsored subversion. President Diaz-Canel asserted that the American administration is enforcing maximum economic pressure to induce internal instability and destabilize the government in Havana. The former rebuke occurs as Cuba grapples with an acute economic crisis marked by severe fuel deficits and extensive national electricity grid collapses. And while the United States Department officials attribute the island's economic distress to systemic state mismanagement and crumbling infrastructure, Havana insists that the energy blockade constitutes a systematic violation of international law. The Cuban administration reaffirmed its commitment to structural economic reforms, expressing appreciation to international partners supplying emergency humanitarian assistance. Executive leadership emphasized that national sovereignty will be defended amid escalating economic sanctions. And on to business news. Abia State Governor Alex Oti has confirmed the delivery of 20 additional high-capacity electric vehicles to expand affordable public transportation options across urban and intercity transit networks. Speaking at a monthly press briefing in Umuahia, Governor Oti outlined plans to deploy 100 electric vehicles to service major commercial routes. The new vehicle fleet will service key transit corridors linking Umuahia to Bende, Arochukwu, Uturu and Umudike, alongside high-density interstate routes connecting Aba to Owerri. Subsidized fares under the state transit scheme offer commuters up to 60% cost reductions compared to commercial transport rates. To uphold operational discipline, state transport authorities have installed real-time telematics and onboard surveillance systems across the fleet. Governor Oti revealed that a driver and co-pilot were recently terminated after automated monitoring systems detected regulatory infractions on duty. State infrastructure projects, including the construction of the modern Aba bus terminal and city remodeling at the Ekoha market, remain on schedule. The state government reiterated its commitment to modernizing urban mobility through sustainable infrastructure investments. Nigeria's Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Dr. Dele Alake, has proposed the establishment of a West African mineral processing corridor spanning from Lagos to Dakar. Delivering an address at the Ministerial Forum on Critical Minerals in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, Dr. Alake urged African nations to halt raw mineral exports and prioritize local value addition. The proposed Lagos-Dakar corridor, modeled after Central Africa's Lobito Corridor Initiative, seeks to foster cross-border industrial integration by sharing processing infrastructure and investment risks across ECOWAS member states. The African Development Bank endorsed the regional initiative under the Abidjan Declaration Framework, pledging financial instruments, capital structuring, and technical assistance to de-risk strategic mining projects across the continent. Dr. Alake urged African nations to adopt unified mineral reporting standards to safeguard sovereign mineral assets. Federal authorities highlighted that regional processing corridors remain vital for driving industrialization and job creation across West Africa. Central Bank of Nigeria Governor Olayemi Cardoso and World Trade Organization Director General Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala will headline the 7th Africa Emerging Markets Forum at the Central Bank headquarters in Abuja. The high-level economic conference brings together central bank governors, finance ministers, and international policy experts. Organized in partnership with the Center for the Study of Economies of Africa, the two-day summit will focus on the theme Building Resilience Amidst Geo-Economic Uncertainties. Discussions will center on macroeconomic stabilization strategies for emerging markets. A fireside dialogue between Governor Cardoso and Dr. Okonjo-Iweala will explore policy frameworks designed to insulate African economies from global market fragmentation and strengthen regional trade integration under the AFCFTA. Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Wale Edu, is scheduled to deliver a keynote address on fiscal consolidation. Delegates will deliberate on cross-border payment integration, inflation management, and structural economic reforms. International crude oil prices experienced a sharp decline, with Brent crude falling 5.2% to trade at $92 a barrel, while West Texas Intermediate dropped 5.4% to $84.45. The market downturn follows a temporary suspension of U.S.-Iran military strikes, easing concerns over energy supply disruptions. Petroleum analysts attribute the price pullback to growing market expectations of diplomatic negotiations concerning commercial navigation through the Strait of Hormuz. White House diplomatic envoys confirmed that operational pauses aim to provide space for international mediation efforts. The operational law provided immediate relief to global shipping lines and energy markets following 2 weeks of escalating conflict along vital maritime transit corridors, including Houthi drone strikes near the Bab al-Mandeb Strait. Diplomatic representatives from Iran confirmed preliminary discussions mediated by Omani officials regarding navigational safety mechanisms in the Strait of Hormuz. International energy traders continue to monitor supply developments across Middle Eastern export terminals. And on to sports news. World Football Governing Body, FIFA, has released an official statistical record detailing the all-time leading World Cup goal scorers across 81 participating member associations. Heidi publication highlights iconic international forwards who have achieved historic scoring milestones on the global stage. France Kylian Mbappe tops the global ranking with 22 tournament goals, followed by Argentina's Lionel Messi with 21 goals and Germany's Miroslav Klose with 16 goals. Former Super Eagles international Ahmed Musa remains Nigeria's top goal scorer in FIFA World Cup history with 4 goals. FIFA statistics also noted that only 3 participating nations in World Cup history, China, PR, Indonesia, and Trinidad and Tobago, have featured in the final tournament without recording an official goal. The comprehensive statistical audit celebrates individual goal scoring achievements while providing an updated historic archive ahead of upcoming FIFA international qualification cycles. And on to entertainment news, the 11th season of the reality television franchise Big Brother Naija has officially launched, introducing 24 contestants competing for a grand prize valued at 160 million naira. Hosted by media personality Ebuka Obi-Uchendu, the opening broadcast featured live musical performances by popular recording artist Falz and YC. This season's housemate reflects a broad spectrum of professional backgrounds, including legal practitioners, pharmacists, civil engineers, broadcast journalists, and digital content creators. Organizers confirmed that the broadcast format will emphasize strategic competition and social dynamics as contestants navigate weekly elimination challenges over the multi-week season. Audience engagement across digital platforms surged following the premiere, with viewers tracking initial contestant interactions and strategic alliances within the competition house. And now to end the news, the main points again. The federal government has approved a new welfare package for non-academic staff in federal universities, increasing annual hazard allowances to as much as 486,000 naira for eligible laboratory personnel. The Minister of Education, Dr. Tuji Alause, says the federal government has increased annual admissions into nursing schools from 20,000 to 50,000 as part of efforts to address Nigeria's shortage of healthcare professionals. On the foreign scene, Iranian authorities have vowed to respond after a deadly Ukrainian strike on an Iranian vessel in the Caspian Sea. Tehran has condemned the attack and called for accountability, while closely monitoring developments as tensions between the two countries continue to rise. And in business, global oil prices declined to $92 per barrel, following signs of easing tensions between the United States and Iran, raising fresh optimism over the security of shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's most strategic oil transit routes. And that concludes news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Princess Kelo Choma. Have a good morning.
Attention Ndibo, wherever you are in Nigeria, your PVC is your voice, and your permanent voter card, PVC, is your constitutional right. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has opened the final phase of the continuous voter registration and PVC update exercise ahead of the 2027 general elections. If you are 18 years or older, register now. If you need to transfer your registration or update your voter information, this is your opportunity. The exercise ends on Friday, 10th July 2026. Do not wait until the last day. Register or update your PVC before the deadline. Ohanaeze Ndibo Worldwide, under the leadership of Senator Azota Mbata, President General, calls on traditional rulers, town unions, religious institutions, youth and women organizations, Ohanaeze chapters, and all affiliated Igbo social-cultural groups to encourage every eligible voter to participate in this important national exercise. Every eligible Igbo voter should take advantage of this opportunity to participate in Nigeria's democratic process. Register today. Update your PVC today. Friday, 10th July 2026 is the final day of the exercise. This message is brought to you by Ohanaeze Ndibo Worldwide. Signed, Dr. Ezechi Chukwu, National Publicity Secretary.
Nigeria's worsening security situation has continued to intensify calls for the creation of state police, as kidnapping, banditry, terrorism, and violent crimes stretch the capacity of federal security agencies across several regions. In recent years, Nigeria has witnessed repeated mass abductions of school children and civilians, including incidents in Kaduna, Niger, Zamfara, and Katsina states, where armed groups have targeted schools, highways, and rural communities. The Chibok schoolgirls' abduction in Borno State, the Kankara school attack in Katsina, and the recent wave of kidnappings along the Abuja-Kaduna Expressway remain defining examples of the scale of insecurity confronting the country. Beyond school attacks, rural banditry in the northwest has led to mass displacement of communities, destruction of livelihoods, and repeated negotiations for hostage releases. In the southeast, violent attacks on security formations and civilian targets have also been recorded in parts of Anambra, Imo, and Enugu states. In the northeast, insurgency linked to Boko Haram and ISWAP continues to destabilize rural and border communities despite years of military oppression. Security analysts argue that these overlapping crises expose a major structural gap: Nigeria's centralized policing system. With the Nigeria Police Force controlled federally, operational directives, logistics, and deployment approvals often require central clearance, even when emergencies are localized. A key challenge often raised is the limited operational authority of state governors over commissioners of police. While governors are officially described as chief security officers of their states, in practice, commissioners of police in each state report directly to the Inspector General of Police in Abuja. This means governors cannot independently order arrests, deployments, or tactical operations without federal approval. There have been several public instances where governors requested urgent deployment or redeployment of police personnel during crisis, only for delays or bureaucratic procedures to slow response time. In fast-moving security emergencies such as kidnappings or communal clashes, these delays can prove critical. Supporters of state police argue that decentralization would allow states to respond faster, using officers recruited, trained, and deployed within local environments. They say local policing would improve intelligence gathering because officers understand local languages, terrain, and community networks, which are essential in tracking criminal groups operating in rural and forested areas. They also point to countries with decentralized policing systems. In the United States, state and local police forces operate independently but coordinate through federal agencies when necessary. In Germany, policing is primarily managed at state level, Länder, while maintaining federal oversight for national security. India also maintains state-controlled police forces under a federal constitutional framework. However, Nigeria's security experts caution that without strong oversight, state police could be vulnerable to political interference. There are concerns that governors could misuse security structures against political opponents, journalists, or dissenting voices, especially in states with weak institutional checks. Human rights advocates also warn that disparity in funding and training between states could create unequal policing standards across the country. Wealthier states may develop stronger forces, while poorer regions could struggle to maintain professional capacity, potentially widening security inequality. Despite these concerns, many analysts argue that the current centralized system is overstretched. With Nigeria's population exceeding 200 million and vast ungoverned rural spaces, federal police presence is often thin on the ground, creating operational vacuums exploited by armed groups.
In several kidnapping cases along highways and remote communities, response times have been delayed due to distance, logistics, and command structure approvals. This has strengthened argument that localized policing would reduce response time and improve preventive intelligence rather than reactive operations. Proponents now suggest a hybrid model where state police operate under national standards with unified training, strict federal oversight, and shared intelligence systems. This, they argue, would balance local efficiency with national control and reduce the risk of abuse. Others propose phased implementation, beginning with strengthened community policing units upgraded into full state structures over time, allowing gradual reform without destabilizing existing security frameworks. Ultimately, the debate reflects a central national question: whether Nigeria's current security architecture can continue to carry the burden of rising insecurity, or whether decentralized policing is now a necessary step toward more effective protection of lives and property. What remains clear is that any reform must be guided by strong accountability, professional standards, constitutional safeguards, and political neutrality to ensure that security institutions serve citizens and not power structures.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042. Please, and greetings to everyone watching. You're tuning to Sunrise here on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with brightness, delightfulness, and purpose. I'm bringing you that daily dose of enjoyment, or we could say the analysis which will come your way, and also looking at the political, landscape and everything. I am Good Hope Chukuma, and I'm coming to you live from our studio here in vibrant Enugu.
And I am Princess Keno Choma. It's a brand new morning, it's a brand new week. Welcome to Sunrise.
And I'm Uche Osai saying good morning to you. Remember, they say that no matter how long the night, the day is sure to break. Yes, the day is broke, and we're here to make sure you are with us, going ahead to give you the needed information. Yes, motivation needed to start the week. Ochoma, how are you this weekend?
I'm fine, thank you.
You enjoyed the jollof rice without bringing any leftover for us?
Well, there was no jollof rice, but it was a happy day.
There was no jollof rice, but it was a happy day.
It's not only jollof rice that people
it was fried rice.
There was this
fried rice.
It wasn't fried. It was white rice and
so there's a rice somewhere.
There was lots of it.
Are you aware? Let me not let the cat out of the bag. When I do, you know why I am charging her this morning. But you can see the smiles on her face.
Yeah, she's looking.
She left so early to enjoy her weekend prepared. Then Sunday was so awesome. You could see her dancing. But let me not let the cat.
I don't
know. In due time, you will know.
I think you are the reason why I mentioned the enjoyment, because looking at you kind of had some enjoyment.
I mean, it's not every day that you find something to celebrate, something that is quite pronounced.
So what do you celebrate? What would
don't
you
worry,
celebrate?
don't let me let the cat out of the bag. I will tell you what she was celebrating, and you will find out why it's not so kind of her to come in this morning empty, not bringing the takeaway packs and all that. It was a very, very big celebration at the Ochomas, but when it's time, we'll let the cat out of the bag. Right. So, and over to you.
Well, I think it was a good weekend.
You think it was a good weekend?
Yes, why I'm thinking it was a good weekend was because I was kind of busy doing other things, getting ready for this morning, and I've been just in the mood of, having myself to think back and see if we are going to talk about the goodness of time and what life has been all about so far. It's already almost the end of July, and we're right here again. Just in
I understand what you say. I understand when you talk about the end of the month, but I never knew you were equally is it marriage or relationship counselor? I heard you earlier today talking about relationship issues. Those who go to talk to briefly women, talking to briefly women without not having the words of note in the pocket to back.
Yes, I was talking about Arsenal, how they always would want to.
Your relationship expertise has to do with Arsenal.
Yeah, Arsenal likes to woo people. Arsenal likes to tell people, give people that hope, and they have the money, but they want to give you hope and buy you for just a peanut when they have all the money. So it really gives me some chilies, not some chilies.
Anyway, someday you tell us you had the experience in wooing women and all that, where you came from. I never knew you were an expert in wooing exercises.
Well, yes, let's go back to the quote of the day, where we have Winston Churchill motivating us this morning and inspiring us. He said, "Success is not final. Failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue that counts." This is from Winston Churchill. It says, "Success is not final. Failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue that counts." This morning's motivation is really, really giving us that inspiration that you started, you failed, yet you don't have to quit or give up. You have to keep going. And I've seen this work out in a lot of scenarios in Nigeria and all over the world. There are many people who started businesses, many who started organizations, who started international, multinational, companies, but they did not start off earlier, to shoot into the nations. They started where they were. They started to improve, and of course, failure had to come. I would like to let you know this morning that failure is part of the business. At times, we want everything to work out. We want everything to be so smooth, to be so, good, which is okay. But failure is still part of the growth. Because I was telling someone just over the weekend, what happens to us is that when we feel that's the end and we cannot do anything about it. But right now, I am going to let you know that failure is not the end. It's not fatal. the ability and the courage to continue is what matters, and it makes a lot of sense this week.
And we say that it's not where the fastest person reaches. That's how they say it in Igbo parlance. The place that the runner, the person that has run ahead of you, would reach. You that scrolling, you that is patiently walking towards that place. And as the Holy Book would say, a righteous man may fall 7 times. So it's not in the falling that makes you, a victor. It's not in the falling that makes you a winner. It is you rising after you falling. Churchill is saying this morning that success is not final. It's not the final point. Yes, you may have succeeded at one thing, and don't see it as the ultimate. Pursue further things, and then there are some things you might fail at first instant. And he's telling us this morning that failure either is not fatal, just as Good Hope has said. So it is the courage, that thing that spurs you to try, that thing that spurs you to conquer one and move on to the other. That is the very thing that counts.
Yeah, quite interesting. I don't think there's more to add to this. It's quite self-explanatory what Winston Churchill is telling us this morning. But always know that failure is part of life. Yes, it is part of the business of life. Look at any successful man you admire, and you will see a man who has failed multiple times and then succeeded in what you admire him for. You can take a cue from the little children, the babies. Life taught us to start from the ground. That's why we crawl. Then we'll now learn to stand. We'll fall back. We'll stand from the ground. So you should know that it is part of life. It is failure that makes you, well-tuned for success. Therefore, let's heed to the words of this wise man, Winston Churchill, when he tells us that success is not final. Failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue that counts.
All right, we take a short break. When we return, we bring you the weather updates. Stay with us.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose heart is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
All right, welcome back. Now we're bringing to you the weather updates for the day. Stay with us.
Welcome back, still on Aneke TV Sunrise. Now let's take a quick look at what's making the major front page headlines across newspapers today, from The Sun, The Punch, The Vanguard, and the This Day headlines.
And joining us this morning, as always, is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, a communication development expert. Sorry, I take that again. A development communication expert, Emeka Odom, with deeper insight and deep analysis on news issues. Mr. Emeka Odom, it's a pleasure to have you this morning.
Thank you so much. I'm glad to be here as always.
Good morning.
Has anything changed in the way Nigeria is treating you?
You know, I always say I'm a very positive person. So even if things are not really going down the way we expect, I'm always positive that as long as God lives, you know, the best will always be reserved for us. It may not come immediately, but certainly we will not go down.
Certainly we will not go down. You know, Nigerians are prized to be so religious. In the midst of all hardship, they are still, you know, suffering, smiling, always hopeful. But it's always good to hear from you that we should be hopeful.
Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure to have you.
All right, we start today from the Daily Sun, which says, governors push for state police takeoff. Governors push for state police takeoff. Now on the Punch headline, we have federal government budgets 1 trillion naira for empowerment SUVs amid rising borrowing pressure. And on the Vanguard headline, we have Obi Kwankwaso's ticket, best chance of winning. Babacha Lawal, that's in 2027 poll, says Obi Kwankwaso's ticket, best chance for winning. And on this day, we have Mbas Enugu emerges Nigeria's fastest improving state in Phillips Consulting Index. That's Mbas Enugu emerges Nigeria's fastest improving state in Phillips Consulting Index. Now we'll start today with the Daily Sun's headline, which says governors push for state police takeoff. The PDP has threatened to sue over the proposed state police bill, warning it could be abused without proper safeguards. Meanwhile, governors are pushing the National Assembly for accelerated passage, arguing that state police is urgently needed to address Nigeria's worsening insecurity.
All right, yeah, thank you so much. The talk about state police has been on for quite some time now, and to be very honest with you, many of us thought, given the time the Senate, you know, passed their own, you know, side of the bill, and the enthusiasm and interest it generated, coupled with the seemingly oneness in the frame of mind of everyone, one would have thought that by today, you know, the president would have signed the bill, the act into law. But unfortunately, that is yet to come. We also need to understand the fact that state police is not really as easy as people look at it. Yes, some people have argued that what is there? After all, almost every state in Nigeria now has one security or, you know, organization or the other. That is also correct. But these pockets of security organizations in many of the states is not the same thing with state police. You need the planning must be very thorough. I don't think what the National Assembly is planning to do is, or rather, what they should do is not just you know, copy and paste of what we have now as our own police. No, I like I've always said, I even think that since they're already amending that section of the Constitution as it is, they should use the opportunity to, you know, make a holistic amendment. So if the state governors are pushing, yes, they should push, because a lot depends on them. I mean, a lot depends on them. They are going to be the chief implementers of this particular, you know, law if it comes into effect. And one of the reasons why a lot of people are also skeptical about it can also be traced to what is likely to be, you know, the modus operandi of, or the style of governance of these state governors vis-a-vis the state police. And that is what is generating it. No, but that is just demented. People are scared that, look, the state governors may see this as a tool to clamp down on political opponents. if the state police is not properly funded, it's also the business of the people that are going to take the blame is the state governors. If the state police probably is used to clamp down on other aspects of human endeavor, like fundamental human rights and things like that, the state governors are the ones you are going to appeal to. So everything depends on them. And so instead of clamoring, yes, they should do a lot. The senators that are in the National Assembly or the House of Rep members that are in the National Assembly, they belong to states. And we also know that to a certain degree, although the senators themselves may not come here now to publicly accept it, but we know how these things work. The governors have strong influence also on these senators. Any senator today that is not on the same page with his or her state governor, I'm not too sure if that senator will return in the next dispensation. So what the agitation or the clamor, whatever it is, let them put it into action. But let me say this, Nigerians should also know, because when you heighten interest to the extent where it is today, it looks as if once the state police is signed into law, all our security challenges will come to an end. Well, we pray so, but I don't think so.
Yeah, looking at the state police issue, it has been one of the important issue that we've had this year, seeing to the fact that insurgency, terrorism, banditry, this year we've had a whole number of such cases happening in our country. So I would say particularly that seeing the state police issue and how it has been going back and forth, would there not be a fast track to it so that every of this could be achieved in a short period of time, seeing also that, of course, we've seen that the banditry, the insecurity has dropped. It has really dropped. Our military, our security personnel, they are doing so well this time, and we are seeing it has really dropped. The crime rate has actually dropped. We have seen it. But is there no way it can also be proactive, bringing it into where the states are?
Yes. First and foremost, yes, you said the crime, the insecurity situation has really dropped. Yeah. Well, that's our, even if it hasn't, that's what we look forward to. But I mean, issues of this nature has to be backed up by some certain indices and research reports. So I do not know of. Is not. Yes, those who are fighting insecurity can come to the air, address press conferences, and assure you that things have gone down. That is good enough, even if not for anything, for the psychology of the citizens. But you don't go by that. You go by independent assessments. That's what you go by, and these are reports that can be cited. So until we have such reports, we cannot authentically say we're in a political era, where all kinds of things can be promoted, to assuage people and sway the minds of voters when the time comes. But be that as it may, that's on a different side entirely. Talking about if that can be fast-tracked, yes, it can be fast-tracked. Why not? Like I said before, I had even expected that by now, given the momentum and the spirit with which you took off, I thought by now the bill would have been signed, the act would have been coming to place, but it hasn't. In fact, recently we heard that the House of Reps even withdrew their original, the bill they had originally, their own proposition, and now they want to work in harmony with the Senate. That is also good, so that will fast track the harmonization process. There wouldn't be too much differences for the harmonization committee. But let me also tell you this. You see, we talk about state police. Remember also that most of the major aspects of insecurity we cited here now, the banditry, the insurgency, and some of these things. Which security agency is principally fighting against those things now? That is not to take anything away from all the security agencies. They are all working, all hands on deck, agreeably. Nobody will argue that. But as it is today, to what extent? What is the percentage of what is the percentage of responsibility of the fight itself against banditry, against insurgency, against all other aspects of the insecurity we are talking about now? Now, the kidnappings and what percentage of responsibility in the fight does the police, take now as it is? They are all fighting. I'm not saying nobody. They are all hands on deck. Now, if the federal police, as we have it today, with all the structures, the logistics, and all the might that they can muster, right? Now, do you really think that state police, if signed into law today, can match the federal police in operations? In fact, even in everything. Look, you don't need to look too far. I don't think so. So what am I saying here is that the bulk of these fights we're talking about is the military that is undertaking many of those things. And what we're talking about is state police and not military. The military remains a federal structure. I don't think anybody would think of decentralizing that one in terms of ownership. So let's understand that the state police we are clamoring for, let's get it, but that is not. I don't think that once it comes into effect, that all our problems, have automatically come to an end.
Now, adding to the state police issue, we also seen this story that the PDP, Turaki-led faction, is considering suing. Now, this the reason why they're suing is because the House of Reps, when they passed the bill on Thursday, passed it through a voice vote instead of the clause by clause and endorsement that is stipulated in the Constitution. And this was also something that played out when the Electoral Act was passed. Do we see a pattern where key important elements of the Nigerian system is being decided over a voice vote rather than going through stipulations laid out in the Constitution?
No, you see, by rights, even without the natural and the confidence building process of legislation simply demands that they should go through, they should consider, the bill clause by clause. I mean, that is the standard procedure adopted in most parts of the world, most legislative businesses all over the world, clause by clause consideration. But in their own wisdom, I don't know why they want to take it in what may call by impression, But you see, what I say is this: the PDP, the PDP is a registered and legitimate entity in Nigeria. They can be sued and they can sue. So if they think any aspect of public governance is not going on well, and they decide that they want to approach the court, that is the only way they can compel the authorities to do the right thing. There's nothing wrong in it. Let them do it because they're exercising their rights. The same thing with an individual, But what I've always said is that we don't need to pressure the National Assembly to do the right thing. Look, the fears of the people, the fears of the Nigerian people, as long as the state police is concerned, if it is not allayed, if it is not taken care of, and the state police comes up without, taking time to safeguard these vexed areas, those who are making the law themselves now, I can assure you that they will be the first victims of, the exercise. I mean, the excessive control of excessive exercise of power by the state governors. You know why? Because a state governor will likely not use the state police to harass me, because sometimes, in fact, most times I pass don't cross. I'm just a very loyal citizen going about his own little business. The government may not be interested in what I'm doing, but those who want to begin to build political structures, those who want to build political community, who want to build political support with the aim of contesting political power tomorrow, either as an opposition or even as a member of the same party. These are the people that, what we are talking about now, may eventually cut up with. So it is left for them to ensure that the safe nets are embedded in that law to prevent any individual from using that state police as a tool as a political tool to harass other citizens who hold different opinions. So we don't need to. I don't think we should. We should create much noise. The people at National Assembly, they know the importance of making sure, that there are checks and balances over the issue of state police. And somebody just sent, I think I spoke into, even though that draft is not so much in the public domain, but I think that draft should be should be made as accessible as possible to the public. Let people read it, so that the discussions can be very robust. And when the discussions are made to be very robust, those who are dealing with the law can now sit back, accommodate all of these things, so that by the time they now go back to do the final thing, it will be far more encompassing. And everybody, all the stakeholders will have had an input, because you too, you are a stakeholder. I'm a stakeholder, because the laws are going to be operated in the country and in the various states where we are.
All right, very well said. For me, you quite hit the nail on the head in speaking about it. The fact that state police, though necessary at the moment, may not solve all our security issues. However, my angst with this very issue is the PDP angle to it, and I would have wanted to ask you which PDP are we speaking to, but she just highlighted the Turaki issue, the Turaki faction, and for me that highlights it. Whenever anybody is talking about the PDP, we need to know which PDP they are referring to. Right. Is it the one that is alive, or the one that is in the critical ward, undergoing some intensive care at the moment? We need to know. However, is quite interesting to note that that faction of the PDP is, getting up and wanting to be alive when it comes to opposition. But I think it's coming late. If they waited till this hour to engage on this very issue, however, it's never better late than never. But I quite agree with you that the conversation around state police will continue, as it will never solve all our security issues. Are there going to be anomalies in it? Yes. But like you rightfully highlighted, the people who will be at the receiving end most will be those of them at the legislature who are hastening up to concur to certain interests, rather than do the needful inventing of this whole bill before it is assented to and becomes a law. Absolutely. So that's what matters, and this is where all of us need to come to table and argue about these things. Yes, however, I do somehow disagree with you when you say you are the lower rung of the ladder, your path may never cross. But all of us inclusively will bear the brunt of whatever is happening. When they start the referendum fight between the governors and the legislators, somehow, and especially you that is in the media forefront, highlighting this issue for the people, somehow it will impact. For want of what to say, one may argue that would even distract even the governors from proper taking care of their states when this fight starts. And will it happen? Sure, we'll be here to highlight them.
Okay, moving on to the next story. This is from the Punch headline from the Punch newspaper. It reads, federal government budgets nearly 1 trillion naira for empowerment SUVs amid rising borrowing pressure. The federal government has budgeted 962.83 billion naira for SUVs and empowerment projects in the 2026 allocation budget. Now, this comes amid rising borrowing pressure, with the federal government's debt to the banking sector climbing by 17.4 trillion naira to 40.38 trillion naira in the year to May 2026. Now, this spending plan has raised concerns about the fiscal priorities of the country, given the government's heavy borrowing to fund operations.
Yeah, these are the kind of things that when you hear, you begin to, just like they were asking on social media, now who does this kind of thing? So it's very unfortunate that the country is still reeling in a very serious and heavy debt burden. And and you see, we keep talking about the dichotomy that exists between the ruling class and the lower class, the upper class and the lower class. This gap, showing in his famous book, the fourth stage, refers to it as chthonic realm, it tells you a gap. Although in that book, Shoyinka was referring to the very deep demarcation, or hollow deep demarcation that exists in the three worlds. The world of the unborn, the world of the living, and the world of the dead. So I'm now borrowing from that, that gap, very big, wide, and hollow, which makes it very difficult for one person from there to cross over to the other one. That is the kind of gap that exists between the haves and the have-nots in Nigeria, the upper class and the lower class, the ruling class and the ruled. You see, the ruling class seem not to be in tune, maybe because of that wide demarcation. They seem not to really be in tune with what is happening in the world, and that is why the citizens will keep crying and crying and crying and crying. There's difficulty, the price of things are high, and each time a member of the ruling class comes to the public television to talk, they'll simply tell you that, look, things are okay, everybody is fine now, that people are smiling, and so sometimes we begin to blame them, say, these people, are they being hypocritical or what? Sometimes we need to pity them because they may not really know what, because their word is different from the word of the citizens. Yes. So that is what it is. How can a government, and the funny thing is that, now go look at it, almost every year, in the lifespan of every administration, every year, billions of money are budgeted for, vehicles. And these vehicles we are talking about are not, they are not everyday vehicles. These are vehicles that for people like the Land Cruiser, the Toyota Land Cruiser. People will tell you that the vehicle is manufactured for those in command and control. So these are super vehicles. A vehicle that the cost of one of them, now apart from the fact that many a time these vehicles their prices are highly inflated. This is a different argument entirely. So the price of these vehicles can lift more than 10 families above poverty line. But we keep so, and the people that these vehicles are meant for, it's not as if they are working. They are not working about. So this goes a long way to buttress the fact that when some people say the government is insensitive, and when the opposition begins to shout or the media begins to shout, it looks as if people are not appreciating what the government is doing. How can people appreciate things like this, given the situation, the economic situation that the country is facing? So how can people appreciate things like this?
Well, this is something we have seen, just like you said. Thanks be to the one who made life for what you just said. Last week I mentioned something here, that people who are in the government, it's people who are in these official stations, they don't know what the citizens are passing through. And I feel like anytime there will be such conversations, people from the marketplaces, people from the lower classes could be invited. Because when you ask that question, when you make that inquiry, you would see that these same people, they don't know anything. They don't know how much PMS is sold. Or maybe they know how much is sold, but they don't know how much certain things are sold in the market. They don't know how much transportation is, because they're in luxury. So this is a problem, I would say, that if it's going to be ensured that these people should be aware of what's happening, just like you said, one SUV, the price of one SUV could lift several families out of poverty, or could feed them for a while. Now, one thing also that I want to point out here is also the whole budget surpassing the budget for several ministries, just to have the comfort of SUV. I mean, we're seeing this, and I would say that it doesn't really come together in this side of where I am.
When I read it, the first thing that came to my mind was, like Mr. Chowafis said, good hope at his generation will pay. So I just thought, good hope, you have more debt.
You have more debt.
Honestly, but this is, jokes aside, this is rather sad, because we see, and this is not even, this is aside the salaries that these officials are being paid and their allowances. I mean, there was one year I learned that all these politicians or these officials have allowances for almost everything, and this is also going into the budget that is being created. So I wonder, these people already have cars. Why do you need to add a certain amount to the budget? If you want to buy cars that people buy are not, they come in as, okay, I've made all the budget I have, or I've done all I need to do. This is the money left. Maybe I could treat myself to a car. But not when you attach it to the budget of a federation, to a whopping sum of 962 billion naira. What happens to people who can't feed? We are dealing with flooding. We are dealing with burnouts. We are dealing with people who can't, who can't feed. And then the government is just sad. Honestly, I just hope that they really know. I think there was one video I saw, and then this was from a celebrity. She said that while a story was trending, she didn't know about it because it didn't come up to her feed. So just like yes, they don't really know the extent of things that are going on. I just hope that somehow they get to find out.
Let me chip in something here now. Perhaps it might interest people to know that there are some countries of the world where their leaders, as a matter of state policy, leaders in those countries, there's nothing like official vehicles for the leaders.
Haven't you seen a PM driving a bicycle?
Of course. I think it was either in Norway or in Switzerland. He rides to the office with his bicycle, parks it outside, and goes in to do his business.
The day he left office, everyone saw him drove on a bicycle and left the State House.
Exactly.
Mr. Emeka, you asked a question, that I don't know if we ever get an answer. Now, who do us? But beyond now, who do us? When do we start telling ourselves the truth? Because I think that's the first step to finding a solution. When do we start telling ourselves the truth? Because we may never find the answer to now who do us. The point remains 962.83 billion mapped out, right, for two things. Wonderful as it may seem, 15.13 billion for SUVs on one side, then 2,579 persons will be empowered with 947.70 billion. Let us tell ourselves the truth. Who needs these SUVs? Who needs these SUVs? What happened to the SUVs that were there?
That are still fairly new.
Every government keep buying SUVs.
That is still fairly new.
And you know what pains me the most? We import these vehicles. We go and look for forests. Then we reach these nations and we turn back, go back to them and say, please borrow us. And we will cry that we don't have money. And when they are seeing the wastefulness that is happening, and it takes me back to that point when the young head of state said that Nigeria, our problem is not money, but how to spend it. Everyone was like, whoa. But today, we've mastered how to spend it. Our problem now is that we are not generating enough to fund the lavish lifestyle that we want.
Too much now.
Yes, because we've mastered how to spend that money. Gowan shouted we have enough money, but how to spend it. He didn't know that a time will come when we will master the strategies to spend the one that the Ochoma's children and Good Hope's children will pay in future. The younger generation. No, but that's the truth. That's the truth. Yes. Your unborn children, and the one I will have in future, even through, like Solomon, they are owing. They will be in debt. They're already in debt. But the truth remains.
It's a big issue.
If one concedes that they need SUVs, to make life easy for those who are laboring for us, because they are suffering for us. They are thinking. Some of them have ulcers, not because they don't have what to eat, but because they don't have the time where they are working, laboring for us.
Round the clock.
Yes, round the clock, midnight, having meetings and all that in posh hotels, and in those hotels they don't even have time for those buffet. But be that as it may, let's go back to the 947.70 billion that was earmarked for 2,579 Nigerians. And my questions, like you rightly raised in the ways of Shoyinka, we are talking about the haves and the have-nots. And I ask, will this money ensure that these 2,579 individuals that will be empowered we will now move from the have-nots to the level of the haves. If that will be the case.
The issue is that what kind of empowerment are we even talking
about?
No,
Mr. Meka, I'm coming. Because that's why I'm asking the question. You know, if empowerment is in stages, there's a kind of empowerment we will give political aides and associates. And it's different from the one who will give the woman from my village, or the woman from Otueke, or the woman in Angwarimi in Kaduna. We empower them to learn how to, fry akara and roast corn by the roadside. And then some other people will be empowered with brand new SUVs. Then they will make kuli. At the end of the day, we'll say we've done perfectly well and we expect kudos. That's why I ask, when do we start telling ourselves the truth? I remember there was a certain Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs. What has happened to the money earmarked, and where are the people, the school feeding and all that? Let's begin to tell ourselves the truth. I want to go home when we close today, so let me stop at this.
All right, we'll take a short break. When we return, we'll go into more updates. Stay with us.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap a ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. Now let's take a look at the Vanguard headline, which says Obi Kwankwaso's ticket, best chance of winning, from Babacha Lawal. Former Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Babacha Lawal, says an Obi Kwankwaso ticket under the Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC, is the best chance of winning the 2027 presidential election. The APC dismissed his claim, saying the ex-secretary to the Government of the Federation is not worth dignifying with a response. Meanwhile, Kwankwasi's supporters call the proposed Obi Kwankwaso ticket APC's greatest nightmare.
Yeah, I also share in that. I share in that sentiment, because the reality on ground is that Obi Kwankwaso ticket is a heartbreaking. I mean, is a groundbreaking ticket. No matter how you look at it, it's a big threat to APC. their not just APC, to other contenders. Babacha Lawal, let me begin with Babacha Lawal. Yes, it's not even because it's not because he has said it. Babacha Lawal left APC. Of course, we saw how he left the government, and by necessary implication, left APC. And of course, he probably wouldn't want to go back to his people. They say people don't go back to their communities. The article tickets. We have also seen the altercation between him and the candidature of Atiku Abubakar after Atiku Abubakar made his choice of vice presidential candidate. So be that as it may, in the absence of those two other contenders, naturally who probably will want to tilt towards the Obi Kwankwaso ticket, which I don't think he actually identified with ab initio. Maybe this situation and circumstances now that is making him see that. So that's expected. And of course, APC wouldn't, even if the issue is as clear as crystal star tomorrow, you don't expect APC to agree. APC will not agree that there's a threat. In 2015, the government of PDP, Jonathan's PDP, did not agree that a threat was coming until when the result began to fly. Now I'm not saying automatically that Obi Kwankwaso is going to win the presidency. I'm not saying so. That is left for Nigerian people to determine. But however you look at it, it's a strong ticket, and I can assure you that it's a very strong ticket.
All right. Well, this is something I'm seeing from APC's side, and they're already trying to let you know or to let the people know that this is not a threat to them. It's just like to pour water on a blazing fire. They are trying to contain it, to give their verdict that this former secretary to the government of federation, his assertion does not really. He will not.
They don't have to accept it.
Yeah,
they don't have to accept it. And we are not expecting them to accept it.
Yes, we are not expecting them to accept it, and it's not. Is what he said. I mean, people have their opinion. Since we have the elections coming, and people are going to vote who they deem fit to be voted for. So they too also have to, accept whatever they want to accept, or they have to take in whatever they want to take in. For me, it's just a plain ground. He has already endorsed and said this, and it's going to be a battle that we're going to see in 2027.
Sure. We see the Kwankwasia supporters calling it APC's greatest nightmare. It's a bold statement from I'm sure it's both the obedient and the Kwankwasia supporters calling the Obi and Kwankwasia movement APC's greatest nightmare. And in recent times, we've seen little subtle attacks from APC towards the NDC presidential candidate. But whatever it is, like Good Hope said, and Mr. Emeka just mentioned, it's an election, it's an equal playing ground. I hope the ruling party understand that it's an equal playing ground and everybody deserves to be voted and to run their campaigns however best they see fit.
That is where the difference lies in. Whether it's an equal opportunity.
No, I'm saying they should endeavor that they should let it be an equal playing ground.
When the processes began, they will know
was there a time there's equal playing ground in politics?
When we were growing up, beginning from government as a subject to political science when you get higher, there are many assertions that were made, but in reality you begin to understand that those, for instance, when they will tell you that government has three arms. You have the executive, the judiciary, and yes, they have three arms, and they will tell you that they are all equal. But in reality, you will begin to know whether the executive is equal to the rest of the government.
Yeah, quite well. Even from where we copied our own practices, there's never an equal ground. You understand? We've seen even in the Bush Junior's administration where Al Gore, threatened to go to court, because of rigging, and after a while considered victories. There's never an equal playing ground. And then in Nigeria, where the power of incumbency confers some sort of advantage, you will never see an equal playing ground. However, to Babicha Lawal, I should say I was expecting this long time ago. I understand, and from a very close proximity, I saw his efforts towards the Obi contest in 2023. He was so sold into that Obi ideology and campaigned vigorously, even to the extent of going to motor parks to waving flyers for the Obi campaign in 2023. I witnessed his efforts from closer proximity in 2023, and I kept asking myself, what happened that this man is not aligned with Obi in this build up to 2027 election, especially with their foray into ADC. I was expecting by the time Obi and co were leaving, he was one person I expected to move with Obi, but he stayed back. But seeing this, it will be so heartwarming for every obedience. I don't know if he's now realigned, to that movement, to that force, the Obi Kwankwaso force. If I don't have the facts at the moment, but I knew that as at that time he didn't move. But I'm asking, is it because he's having issues with the ADC as he has to do with his interest in Adamawa State? I realize that Atiku Abubakar doesn't want to concede grounds and want to be sure of every constituency and every position from Adamawa State. So that could be why at this instant we're seeing Babicha Lawal, who had already granted interviews, saying that he's quite okay with the ADC, and somehow didn't buy into Obi's movement to NDC. But if he is here today, he will be a big addition to the Obi Kwankwaso ticket. Then coming to the other aspect of it,
before you move away from there, you see, there's something I want to bring up here now. Yes, I agree with you that he will be a very big boost to the Obi Kwankwaso ticket, because in politics everybody is important. and at the same time, you need to confirm your importance. In 2023, yes, Babachi Lawal identified with the obedient movement. Now, the question is, we are dealing with politics, we are dealing with democracy, and democracy only respects one thing, and that is the numbers. That is the only thing that democracy does its care for. And if you're a figure in democracy, if you want to show your relevance, it's the numbers that you deliver that makes the difference. Now, Babachi Lawal, former secretary to government of the federation, the question to ask is, what was Obi's vote in Adamawa State? Right? Now, we could say that expecting him to deliver the entire Adamawa State probably could have been a tall order. But what was the delivery? These are things that are confirmed, and that is why, and quite frankly, with due respect to Babachi Lawal, I respect him, I respect his vociferous, in fact, he's a very outspoken leader, and I give him my respect for that. But the truth is that one of the reasons why both the APC, everybody keep dismissing Babachi Lawal, they keep dismissing him is, what are you bringing? If you're a leader, you deliver your constituency, you deliver your state, you deliver your region. That is what confirms. Look, if what you can deliver is your word, you're a world leader.
All right, Mr. Emeka, I agree with you totally on that. When it comes to politics, it's all about numbers. That's why they say politics is local. Everyone is expected to deliver from his constituency, from his ward to constituency to local government to state level. However, I told you I observed from closer proximity is input and to contributions towards the Obi ambition in 2023, and in that, yes, he may not have the numbers, he may not have put the numbers, but I give him credit in the way that it was difficult for Obi to make an inroad in northern Nigeria building up to 2023 election. That's why I observed his efforts in making sure that the Obi then were welcomed across states in the north. I know, and I saw from a closer proximity where he had to let her go to the motor park to push flyers to a certain state of northern Nigeria to ensure.
I hope those things were not I'm not trying to take anything away from him. I hope those things were not content and playing for the camera, because see,
there was no, obviously, see, if I'm not telling you this, I don't think it was in the public domain. Okay. If I'm not telling you this, you may not know, because I happen to have some vantage position from which we have intelligence on what was going on. So he did that, and I understand that a lot of doors were opened on his beckoning, for the Obi's movement and campaign entourage in the north. But when it comes to Adamawa State, I understand that even Atiku, as of today, may not deliver the whole of that state to ADC. The way the politics of Adamawa State is going on right now, he may not be able to deliver the whole of the state to ADC, even as he is a presidential candidate in the election. If he will be
the government
in the election,
he didn't join.
So you understand. So time has gone when we had one person controlling the politics of Adamawa State. But be that as it may, in the part of government, yes, are they rattled? Let me leave the question mark.
Time will tell.
Sure.
All right, and on our trending story for today, a viral video over the weekend showed a Nigerian police officer at a roadside checkpoint in Ondo threatening a UK-based motorist, seizing his documents and demanding a bribe despite valid papers. Now, when the driver recorded the encounter refused to pay, the officer threatened to slap him and made an ethnic remark. "You are lucky you are not Igbo. I would have detained you." Now, following the incident, the Ondo State Police Command has identified and arrested these 4 officers, and they are currently facing eternal Audley Room trial.
All right, Mr. Mika, before you get into the conversation proper, let's call and then see if we could hear what transpired in that clip.
Okay. Sorry? I'll do better than I don't have anything else. I don't have anything I would have given you.
I just want to see you are very close to that with another person, or Igbo or another person. I'm just
I don't get anything, that's why I will give you now. Can I have my driving license here? What can I do now?
Video circulating on social media showing some police officers on stop and search duty along Lagos-Benin Expressway allegedly making unprofessional and ethnically insensitive remarks to a member of the public. The command wishes to inform the general public that the officers captured in the video have been identified. Commissioner of Police CP Felix Owagu has ordered a comprehensive investigation into the alleged video to unravel the circumstances. Once the investigation is being concluded, the law will definitely take us. We have our own internal modalities to checkmate the excesses of the men, and of course we will do the due diligence.
Yeah, we've watched and we've listened to the police force taking official position on that. Mr. Meka, you were about to say something before we watch this clip. Let's get your input.
Yes, while I commend the police, the force, for acting very swiftly, because one thing is to be very timely, you have to decide what to do, and also be very timely. I commend them for, being very timely in this situation, not allowing, because the gap would have allowed the situation to generate and many people to begin to make some, throw some ethnic statements here and there. I can tell you that issues of this nature, people will no longer pay attention to the vice that is contained there, which is asking for gratification. Everybody will now concentrate on the ethnic, which is like in profiling. But the police should go beyond that point. You see, because this idea, what we're seeing in this country is when things like this happen, there's a very swift intervention. Oh, the officers have been arrested by the order of the IGP, and which is very good. But we don't get to hear again, a follow-up to that case. So I think in this situation, what will ultimately, stamp this to have been a very, very credible move is now that the officers, the people at the police checkpoint have been arrested, we would like to know what happened after. What were they charged? Because there is not only one offense that's in this place. The issue of requesting for gratification from a motorist is an offense. Then the ethnic sentiments is also an offense. So you don't go probably and only charge the alleged officers, only for gratification. We should also, take them up on the ethnic statements that they made. And at the end of the day, when the law, like the police officer that said the law will take its course, when the law is taking its course, let the public know the laws that have taken their course, so that these matters cannot be referenced. If this is happening somewhere else, somebody can say somewhere, say, when the same matter happened in so and so place at so and so time, this was the action that was taken there, and this was the action that was taken there. And of course, it will go a long way to curtail issues of this nature.
All right, for me, I would say when I watched the video was uploaded in 3 parts, and I just marveled at how these officials forget that they're on duty. And because you see a man who is, I think what even spurred them, if you watch the video, was when he mentioned that he was just coming back from the UK. It just got him excited, and then he took his driver's license and refused to release it until he said, do something for us. So they just keep forgetting that they are on duty and they are in the public eye. And one other offense that, if you watch the video, you will notice the issue of searching through phones, that the police command has said any police officer that goes through phone is guilty. So there are so many issues aside the ethnic profiling that needs to be addressed. And just like you said, I hope they bring it to the public domain, what they have decided to do.
All right. I wish you have all the times to highlight this very issue. You've rightly pointed out 2 key issues here. One was gratification, and the other, the Igbo problem. And I dare ask, does Nigeria have an Igbo problem? Let me leave the answers for everyone to, hazard their guess. But the point remains that Nigeria, when we will talk about the police force and the swiftness upon which they've reacted to this issue, it goes beyond prosecuting these very individuals who are involved. How do we train other officers to realize that they had to be, shave their bias? How they become more Nigerian and know that they serve all Nigerians? Beyond this, not just the police force, even public officers in Nigeria. Because if you traverse the length and breadth of this nation, you will see the level of ethnic profiling that is going low-key in Nigeria. You talk about opportunities you miss, or the ones that opportunities that they won't bring your way simply because you come from a certain ethnic stock in Nigeria. So there's high time, and we'll talk about these things in hushed tones. The high time we'll talk about them and embrace it and solve it, the better for us. If not, the progress and the unity we seek may continue to elude us. I rest for now.
Yeah, and let me also just in a minute advise the young man who probably came back from the UK. He shouldn't go about telling everybody I just came back from the UK. This is more like an advice.
Yeah.
You see, maybe he's coming from a country where things are still where you can probably leave your car outside, go and sleep by in the morning. You still come back to see what you kept inside. He should know and understand that he is a different terrain entirely. You go about telling everybody you just came back from the UK with all this kidnapping and all this insecurity that's happening. His family should advise him.
No, even he should know better. Even when you go outside this climb, there are moments where you see profiling. It happens even in the developed world.
No, I'm not even talking about
the insecurity that is in Nigeria.
Exactly.
All right, now let's go over to our sports update. And I would have said I want to welcome myself, but I'm here already. Now let's just take a look at what happened over the weekend. Anthony Joshua had to beat down, hands down, talking about Prenga. Prenga had to lose that fight versus Anthony Joshua. It was the first time in 7 months Anthony Joshua is taking up a fight and visiting the ring, and he has come out with victory. Of course, the next fight for Anthony Joshua should be the Tyson Fury fight. It should be the Tyson Fury game, which is coming up, and there has been this controversy if Tyson Fury would actually win Anthony Joshua would actually win Tyson Fury, but we're going to see that and more as the day unfolds. Now let's just take a look at what Kylian Mbappe, the French captain, has come out to address, talking about the emotional letter he had to, write to the fans and supporters of the French side, where he has explained and expressed himself of the need for him to have done better, and also what he's expecting to do, what is expected to do in the coming days. And he has also thanked the French national coach team. That we're not going to talk about the former, because Zinedine Zidane has just signed to take over that team. Didier Deschamps, the former coach, who he thanked, and the staff and everyone who has been there for him. So it was an emotional moment for the young star, seeing 3 World Cups, winning 1, and then not going home with any trophy in 2. But he had to attain something, being the best and the highest goal scorer. Of course, Rodri actually was the best. Now let's go over to Arsenal. There has been rumors of Arsenal being, unable to meet or unable to pay certain amount for a player. I'm talking about Bruno Guimaraes. Bruno Guimaraes, who is valued more than 100 million euros from Newcastle. Arsenal has been pricing him 70 million euros. And I have given this analogy a lot of times about Arsenal not being able to pay a certain amount of money, just because they would. I'm not saying they are stingy, or I'm just saying that this guy in other climes he worked more than this, but right now they are pricing him down, and it does not really add up to what they could see. So Arsenal, being the league title holders in 2025-2026 English Premier League, they may not be able to pay for Bruno Guimaraes, but they will be going for other teams. That's why they lost out on Diomande deal. Well, this is just what it is, and this is the update we have in the world of sports.
All right. Thank you for that update. Just like you always say, we hope that Arsenal becomes a better boyfriend.
Yeah, better boyfriend.
That will go to attract.
But Arsenal, this didn't start today. Right from even when Arsene Wenger was there for almost 22 years or thereabouts. I think Arsenal has a policy of not wanting to pay beyond a certain amount on any player. Today, in fact, Arsene Wenger said it some time ago, when there was a time that was more like a brew in the Premiership League. clubs were paying astronomical amounts. He came out clearly to say that he hasn't seen any player in Europe that, apart from 1-2 players, he said he hasn't seen anybody that was the kind of money that people were. I mean, these are superstars we are talking about. So I think Arsenal has had that policy of not wanting to pay beyond a certain amount for any player, as long as we are concerned. You know, Kylian Mbappe. Well, he's still a very young man. The truth is that you should know football. If you didn't win, you didn't win, and that's prepare for the next time. I think that's it. That's where it should be.
All right, that's all we have today on this edition of Aneke TV Sunrise. Thank you very much for watching, and also don't forget to go out there and grab a physical copy of any paper which you find interesting, or catch the full details online. I am Godop Chukuma. Thank you for waking up with us. It's always been a pleasure.
And I am Princess Ken Choma. Have a lovely day.
And Mr. Mekodon, thank you for this in-depth analysis. It's always a pleasure having you here. Yeah. And Uche Osai saying thank you for watching, and keep watching till we come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
I want to gently recommend this to you. Please do not be nice. Be kind, because kindness is a measure of our humanity, but do not be nice. Nice means wanting always to be liked, and this is a particular affliction of female socialization. Nice means silencing inconvenient truths. Nice means choosing always to be comfortable. Nice means letting go of courage. Nice means talking about peace, but not about justice. Nice will not remake the world, and there is so much about our world that needs remaking. There is no such thing as a perfect human being. The longing for perfection will hold you back. It doesn't help any cause to start with perfection as yardstick. We do not need to be perfect before we are able to do what is right. I wish you everything you wish for yourself that causes no harm to others.
In Africa's most populous nation, women make up nearly half of the population. They vote, they campaign, they mobilize communities, they shape families and economies. But inside Nigeria's highest lawmaking chambers, their voices remain a minority. Today, a proposed constitutional amendment seeks to change that. It is called the Reserved Seats for Women Bill, a proposal that could reshape Nigeria's democracy for generations. Supporters call it long overdue correction. Critics describe it as political tokenism. But one question remains: can democracy truly represent the people when half the population is largely missing from power? Nigeria has one of the lowest levels of female political representation in Africa. Since 1999, women have struggled to gain significant presence in the National Assembly. Currently, women occupy only a small fraction of seats in both chambers. The Reserved Seats for Women Bill proposes a major shift: 37 additional Senate seats, 1 per state, and the Federal Capital Territory. 37 additional seats in the House of Representatives. 3 additional seats for women in each state House of Assembly. The arrangement will last for 16 years, 4 election cycles. Supporters say it is designed to create small space for women until equality becomes normal. Advocates argue that Nigeria's political structure has long favored men. Campaign costs are high. Party structures are male-dominated. Election violence discourages participation. For decades, reforms have been slow. The Reserved Seats Bill is designed to break that cycle of exclusion. Nigeria will not be the first country to adopt special measures for women's representation. In Rwanda, constitutional quotas helped women become the majority in parliament. In South Africa, party quotas increased female representation after apartheid. In Senegal, gender parity laws transformed political participation within a decade.
India and Pakistan also use reserved seats for women in parliament. Supporters argue that without deliberate intervention, equality may take generations. Not everyone agrees with the proposal. Critics argue that democracy should be based on open competition, not reserved positions. Others fear symbolic representation without real influence. There are also concerns about costs and expansion of government structures. A central question remains: must reserved seats be written into the Constitution? Legal experts argue that constitutional backing would ensure stability and protection. Without it, future governments could reverse the policy. But constitutional amendment requires approval by the National Assembly and at least 2/3 of state houses of assembly, making the process politically demanding. But beyond politics, the debate is about representation in society. Advocates say visibility in leadership shapes ambition and opportunity for young women. But experts warn that representation alone is not enough. Broader reforms are needed in education, security, political parties, and economic empowerment. As debates continues, Nigeria confronts fundamental questions about democracy and fairness. Can temporary measures create lasting equality? Will reserved seats empower women or remain symbolic? What does true representation mean in a diverse nation? For supporters, the bill is correction. For critics, it is controversial reform. But both sides agree Nigeria's democracy is still evolving. The future of the bill may depend not only on lawmakers, but on whether Nigerians believe democracy works best when every voice has a seat at the table.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on. Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Many thanks for joining us on The Insight. Remember, The Insight is the program where we'll bring to you habits of issues, politics, power, personalities shaping our nation. And today on The Insight, we confront one of the most sensitive questions in our democracy. Is the judiciary truly the guardian of justice? Or has it become the gatekeepers of political power? From election petitions to constitutional battles, the courts have remained central to the struggle over who wins. Who loses and who governs? At a time when public confidence in institutions is under strain, this conversation is more urgent than ever. Are the cause restoring faith in democracy, or are they being dragged too deep into the political trenches? And when the final whistle blows in the courtroom, does the judgment reflect the will of the people, or only the power of those who can litigate best? Joining us to unpack these critical issues is Barrister Nadume of Okansi, a legal expert and human rights activist, one who prides himself as a farmer. He will help us examine the fine line between the judicial independence and judicial interference, and what all of this means for the future of Nigerian democracy. Also, it's a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you for having me this morning. It has always been a pleasure me being here on Aneke TV.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to have you to under short notice. But also, you know, we are entering into your territory. You are a prince, you know, of the Nigerian judiciary. At the Temple of Justice, you are a prince. And this is your turf, this is your terrain. And we are asking the question, should the judiciary remain the last hope of democracy, or is Nigerians asking too much of the cause?
Well, Uche, see, the judiciary still remain the last bastion of hope for the common man. I use the word common man. It also still remains the last bastion of hope for the middle class. But when we now talk about the hope of the bourgeoisie, the elitist class, the class of the Oga on top, I still doubt whether the judiciary is the last hope for them. Over the years, especially when some of us joined this profession, we saw a profession that is prided as one area where, after God Almighty, you now look upon the judiciary for assistance, because of all the professions on earth, beginning from medicine, architecture, name it, engineering, it is only the legal profession that has a divine semblance to the powers of God Almighty. I will break it down. You see, when God created the earth from the biblical analysis, he said, let the land come out of water. Land came out of water. Just by mere said it. Let there be light. There was light. Let there be an interchange between light and darkness. There was interchange of light and darkness. So God never said, I'm going to a brickman shop to mold the world. He never said, I'll go to the astrologer's laboratory to move the sun to exist. Whatever he says comes to reality. It is only the legal profession that has similar stuff. If, for instance, I take up an axe and start hacking everybody here down, people start running, scampering for safety, and they call law enforcement, they will get me grabbed and then drag me to court. And at the end of the trial, the court might decide and say, for taking up acts to hack defenseless human being who did nothing to you, you are not worthy to exist in a decent society. Therefore, you shall die by hanging a rope on your neck until you are dead. May God have mercy on your soul. He has just said it. Remember, I didn't go to any workshop to get dagger that he will give to the hangman to hang you in prison. So once the judge says that, they can get down from the bench, go and attend their wedding, and they'll be dancing there, not even knowing that somebody has. So in other words, the judiciary has the power of life and death. That's where I'm going. And it's only God Almighty that has some power. If you're an engineer and you build a house and the house collapses, you go to court and we'll send you to jail. If you're a medical doctor and carelessly you kill somebody in the course of administering treatment on the person, you are dragged to court and court to send you to jail. But you know, in legal practice, it is a contest between two parties, plaintiff and defendant. complainant and accused in civil matters, in criminal matters. If the plaintiff loses his case after putting on his best diligence in the prosecution of that matter, nobody, you don't charge him to court for losing a case. If you wins the case, celebrate with him. If you lose the case, it is what we are looking for is justice of the matter. That's the difference. But like I said, if an engineer builds a house and the house collapses, and it was out of his use of substandard material and the investigation carried out, and it's found to be true. Now, back to your question. Why I gave this analysis is that when we joined, a lot of people had this hope that with the judiciary, with you being a lawyer, you pride yourself wherever you go. You announce yourself as barrister this, barrister that. But as time went on, you see, any human being, Nigerian politicians cannot corrupt and destroy. That human being may be existing in Jupiter, not on Earth. So as time went on, things began to change. You see, Nigeria was ruled from after independence. Civilians ruled us from 1960 to around 1966. When there was the first military coup led by Nzogwa and his colleagues. After that coup, it has never been military regime until 1979, when we had Shagari. From 1979 to 1983, when there was another military coup again led by Buhari. And the army continued again till 1999. The other one was 79, this one is now 1999. So if you check the number of years the military has ruled Nigeria, they are more in number than the ones civilians have ruled Nigeria. But even within the era of that military regime, the judges like Justice Oputa, Showemimo, even the Kitobi of yesterday, they stood out. If your Babangida shouts out a decree and says he's going to add what we call ouster clause, that is, you don't challenge this thing in any court of law, and you take that matter to court, the Supreme Court will strike it down and remove the ouster clause. Never mind that the president did it. But today, the story is different. Today, the story is completely different. Judiciary that fought the military, giving orders, even when they said, I think there was this decree, whether it's decree 17 or decree what, I remember the decree number, with which they wanted to gag journalists. It was still the Supreme Court that struck it down. You say, you cannot suppress free press, you cannot suppress public opinion, you cannot suppress the view that the other man must be heard. That's what military regime I'm talking about. Now, in 1999, the civilians came on board, the Obasanjo, the basket of power. Obasanjo could be equated half and half, because I still recall when the Supreme Court said he has no power to seize the monetary allocations of Lagos State, because that monetary allocation is not for Ahmed Tinubu. It is for the people of Lagos. And the people of Lagos, they not do anything. The government can churn out any policy. If you don't agree with the policy of the creation of local government, which Tinubu did that time, you go to court and strike it down, and not use as if to say you are a marketplace or that you are running a family affair. You now seize the allocation. But even when the court ordered him to release those allocations, Obasanjo just faulted. And they were telling people, you cannot teach me the constitution. So you find out that that was civilian regime, Zomo Obasanjo in the Kaki. Now, after Obasanjo came Yaradua, the respect for the judiciary returned, at least within the short period he lived. Yaradua still is going to be remembered as one of the best presidents Nigeria has ever had. It is not how long, but how well. Recall that Obasanjo, that time, when the people of Odi, I think a soldier died or something, he unleashed military on the community and reduced it to rubble.
Odi and Zakibiam.
And then that also happened in Zakibiam. These things are executive rascality. Obasanjo exhibited it so much. And people were telling the world not to blame him much, because he has not just known the difference between the agbada he's wearing and the khaki he wore before. Just remember, he was a president with khaki, just like Buhari. Now, when this man came, even with the Niger Delta restiveness, he introduced amnesty from the amnesty, he said to many of them overseas and confessed that the election that he been producing was flawed.
That's Yaradua.
Yaradua. And went about creating electoral reform, including the kind of reader who Jonathan later inherited. The man set up an electoral reform committee, and the reforms were being carried out before sickness now said, well, God wants him more than we want him, and took the man away. Otherwise, if the man has been allowed to complete 4 calendar years as a president of Nigeria, we could have seen much more reforms than Jonathan continued after him. But when Jonathan came, well, Jonathan continued at least with the respect for the judiciary and the common man. So if the judiciary makes a pronouncement, Jonathan tries to obey. At least, I don't have a record of where Jonathan flat-handed, like Obasanjo did, disobeyed a court order. But then when Jonathan exited in 2015, we now, the young ones who say entered one chance. We now entered one chance with APC government. First was Buhari. What did he do? He first wanted to suppress judges. That's why the fact that judiciary is an independent arm of government. He invaded judges, arrested, got judges arrested, and brought judges to, what do you call it, conduct tribunal. When there are internal mechanisms for disciplining judges with the agency. But the man invaded with DSS, hooded police officers, invaded judges and got judges arrested, and embarrassed judges. But at a time, there was a time, the first one he did, we then, who were in the leadership of various bar branches, we said we are going to shun the court for at least 1 week to express our displeasure as lawyers. So judges who were sitting, but I was in charge of Ogu area. So I have to walk into one of the courts in Ogu. The judge was sitting. I have to cut off the lawyer who was talking. I told the judge, my lord, it's not like we are picketing courts, but we are telling judges, please, we are in protest in alliance with the embarrassment being given by judges, by the executive. They don't have such powers to invade judges' residence. The judge agreed with me and rose. She never sat that day. Very many judges also complied. That was where our own originated our protest as lawyers. Like you said, we are all officers in the Temple of Justice. Whether I call it prince in the Temple of Justice, whether I call it officers in the Now, the humiliation of the judiciary continued. Now, Nigeria has a system where if you cannot beat them, you join them. So when the humiliation of the judiciary continued unabated, including the illegal removal of Justice Onogen, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, by the same Buhari administration, who dragged him to a court of conduct to try a Chief Justice of a country. And the Code of Conduct chairman had the temerity to suspend the man from office. Man, rascality became the order of the day. We never even know that Buhari's own was just a tip of the iceberg. Now came Tinubu in 2023. The first thing that happened was we now saw the pocketing of the judiciary. It's no more the harassment. So, because the judiciary could not beat them, they now joined them. Tinubu now pocketed the judiciary, just like he pocketed all institutions of state. He pocketed the inec, pocketed the police, pocketed the army, pocketed everything that is an institution in Nigeria, got into his pocket. We thought it was a joke. But other things started unfolding during the election petition of 2023 election. We got to the Supreme Court, from the Court of Appeal first, where judgments were read by the judge who was chewing the reading. Because like you are anchoring this program, if you write the episode for this program, I don't think it will be required for you to read it. Because you have been the intro you read, you are reading it as if you are reading from your hand or your head. But if you had watched Samani read that judgment of the Court of Appeal, you saw he was chewing it. And people started questioning. I was sure that this man wrote this judgment. Why is he chewing the judgment as if he will go back, read the fourth and go back?
Chewing the judgment.
Yeah, he was chewing it. He wasn't reading it. Now, we felt no problem. The younger generation now says, all eyes on the judiciary. We are at the Supreme Court. Went to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court now played one of the most busy judgments any lawyer could dream of. I just give one or two instances. They never looked at the election from whether the votes were mad as it was mad in Rivers State. They never looked at the election as whether the votes were mad as it was mad in Benue and some part of Nasarawa and even Dan Kogiye. They were looking at it from whether the beavers was a production, was a creation of law or a creation of the rules of inec, and whether it is compulsory to even use the beavers. They also now was looking at the constitutional provision that the person who must have to become president, which is transparent route, has to win some, and the Federal Capital Territory, and it's conjunctive. I read English language if I want to read law. So they now said no, that the Federal Capital Territory cannot be a special place. It's just like any of the states, whether you win it or whether you don't win it. Because Tinubu never won Federal Capital Territory. Whether you win it or whether you don't really win it, it doesn't matter. In other words, they amended the Constitution when their role was to interpret it. So they amended the Constitution indirectly. So all this is, are there not technicalities? They were not looking at the vote that were destroyed. They're not looking at somebody who wrote A and then pronounced B. They were now looking at the document that I said beavers, since it is the rule of inec, rule of engagement of inec, that created beavers. That beavers is not compulsory. That you can get election results from anywhere besides the beavers.
From anywhere.
Of course, it's like what it means. Because once they say the beavers will teach you scan the result and send to the IRF is no more relevant. That means wherever you get the results from, call it, it is a result. That's what it means. The primary source of results could come from anywhere, provided it is written in from EC8A. Now, these things were on purely on technical basis. That was how they defeated the hope of the Nigerian masses.
Some Nigerian masses?
No, we don't need to count how many people defeated their hope. What you need to count is that we know that the majority of Nigerians cast their vote for a different candidate as opposed to what INEC gave them. And that was when they went to court to tell the court, this is what these people did to us. We are not happy about it. And the court now aligned itself with.
All right, that's still on the author of perception. You know, some people still voted for Atiku Abubakar in this instance, but that's not our.
In politics, what you check is the majority. Majority will always have their say. Minority have their say, but majority have their way. Let us not even go to that. Is posthumous analysis. Yes. Let's leave that one. Now, I still come back to the judiciary. Don't forget. You know, you told me you are coming to my tough. So don't say I'm taking a very long marathon speech.
No,
Fine. Now, we also get back, even within the days when I told you that the apex courts stood up to the military, there were still some irredentist judges who often aligned themselves with the leaders as to oppress the people. I get back again to 1979, like the 1/3 of 12 states. Then it was 12 states of Nigeria, 2/3 of 12 states. That was Awolowo and Shagari. Well, the Supreme Court justified it by saying, when they go what they call social justice, because they said the army has ever been there, and the army should be defending the country rather than participating in politics. So whether it is 2/3 of 19 states, sorry, not 12 states, whether it is 2/3 of 19 or 2/3 of whatever it is, that Shagari won the election. But you should not cite us as precedents in this matter. Lawyers kept citing them until they reversed themselves. You can see the court aligned with the oppressors. Fast track it again to the election of Abiola in 1993. Abiola won the election. Because sometimes when I tell you peterobi won election, you tell me, no, you don't have proof. The INEC declared. No, after all, in 1993, INEC was declared, in fact, it remained about 2 states. I think it's Kebbi or that's how it was so. Before Humphrey was finished announcing the results. Yet, another identity judge, like I keep on saying, not all, there are 1,000,001 decent judges in Nigerian judiciary. There are very many, very decent ones. But they don't know how politicians identify these ones that they use. And it is like a game. They identified Justice Ibeme of the Federal High Court, who under a candlelight by 9 p.m. in the night, annulled the night, June 12, 1999 election, 1993 election. That is judiciary again at work. Now, move it fast forward a little bit to the time of this Buhari, who later became president, and Obasanjo. I think that was, Obasanjo came in again in 1999, had the first election in 2023, second one 2027. So I think 2003 election, sorry, 2003 election. It was only one judge at the Supreme Court that had a dissenting voice. If you read the judgment, you see the reasoning in that judge's idea. That judge, you see the judge, the Supreme Court judge, retired Supreme Court judge, whom Buhari made an ambassador when he came into power. And the man was above 80. He was just virtually nothing. But then, Buhari wanted to show him little gratitude for at least standing up to him then. Now, you now come forward. I have analyzed 2023 extensively. I don't need to go back to it. So you find out that, like you said, whether judiciary is, they say the last hope, or just gatekeeper for the leaders who refused to allow the common man to breathe. So you can see from all this, my long analysis, that while you can give kudos to judiciary of yesteryears, at least up to 80%, the judiciary of today is completely radically different from what we saw in the years gone by. Today, governors buy cars for judges, give judges land and build houses for them at the state level. At the federal level, you saw what wike did to our appellate judges the other day, handing them over keys to mansions of well-built and furnished apartments. And tomorrow, you will tell you are taking your case to them, maybe against that wike, like we see what wike said in the Amak election. Just go and cast your vote and leave the rest to me. Well, people went and cast their vote. You can see how the votes were being counted at police stations. Was what was counted what was reflected? No. And what happened to wike? Because nobody went to court. Because the hope on the judiciary by the common must be lost. That was why the Amak election, you didn't see anybody fight in action. It is also going to happen in 2027. And that's why I said people must be, especially political players, they must be extremely careful. Extremely, I use the word extremely. Because when something gets to the extreme, that's the last digit. Why do I advise them to be extremely careful? If you watch a lot of videos that are trending online from the use of Nigeria, they have been capitalizing on the speech of peterobi that this election must be counted at the polling booth, transmitted at the polling booth, and recorded. That they will have their own database where they will be announcing results as they come in. That if they don't want to count the results, you count the person. Good. So nobody said that they'll be saying, if you are dreaming of going to court, forget it. In Naples, it happened in Naples. It's happening in a lot of countries. The people's power remains greater than the people in power. So wike can build 10,000 mansions for judges because it is only the judiciary in conjunction with the umpire, that is what the one we call inec, that can give these people judgment and make them win election they didn't win. Otherwise, even for the people, they will keep on losing elections.
All right. Also, You know, you've cited this trajectory quite well. I don't know anybody who have chronicled it better, but the point remains that why you cited, you know, courageous judges like Nikitobi, Oputa, Karibi White, Kaedo Show, and the likes. The question now remains, at what point
Did
things, yes, begin to change?
Yes, it is not change at a point when judges, if you want to appoint judges, you tell governors to send names of judges from their state to agency. That was when we started getting it wrong. If you hire a piper, you will dictate the tune. Excuse me. The governors who are appointing these judges are not appointing them on merit. They are appointing them on political expedience. In those days of Oputa I'm talking about, those days of Karibi White I'm talking about, those days of Chowem, they were not very many lawyers, fine. But they still, if you are a lawyer and you are appearing in court before any judge, just like you identify judges who are unscrupulous and corrupt, the same way judges see lawyers who are performing very well in practice. Both people are Minister of Justice, because they come to court too. They'll keep on looking at all of us. So when they have their judges conference, they will now say, one of them will say, well, there's this young man, Uchosai, he practiced well. At least he's decent. He has appeared before me since and so time. Other judge from the state will concur. Other judges, they will put down their name. They will call you. Uche, come and take form. You will cross over to the other side. That's the side of the bench. It will appear on merit. But the very moment it began by politicians bringing judges, man, even when they bring these people to be made judges, they will still carry out a ceremony saying they are sending it to MBA for either ratification or approval. They will send us names of people they have already appointed. And even if you make any inputs as to otherwise of the names, it goes to the issue. They will say appoint where they want to appoint.
Barrister, sorry to cut in. Just hold on the thoughts. We'll go on a short break. And when we return, the conversation continues. Stay with us, please. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles
with the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Many thanks for staying with us, and you're still watching The Insight, and with us is Barrister Nadume of Fokansi, a legal expert and human rights activist, one who prides himself as a farmer. He has corrected me many times that he's actually a farmer.
I'm a farmer. I don't just prize myself as that. Until I start breaking my products here.
It's a pleasure speaking with you so far.
Very much.
You know, we are dealing with a very delicate and serious issue here. You know, speaking to, you know, guardians or gatekeepers, the judiciary and Nigerian democracy. And before we went on break, you were talking about where we got it bad.
Yes.
Yes.
I said where we got it bad was when politicians started appointing judges. They don't even give practicing judges time to make input again. I'll give just one little incident that happened. When the current chief judge of Enugu State was being sworn in at the government house, some younger judges who are relatively young in the bench. It was in the government house. The governors, I was still a bar chairman then. Well, Your Excellency, Your Excellency. You remember you promised me land, you promised me this. So I called one of the old judges. My lord, what is going on? He said, I see miss you. He went to the judge and said, gentlemen, please leave the governor alone. Let's get back to the High Court. They ignored the man and was still followed over the governor for what the governor will give or what the governor will not give. Now, if the governor allocates land to any of those judges, which I know he has done, and there is a litigation, forget even government litigation. The governor may not even be treated, maybe you get judgment, fine. If you don't get, fine. And there is even a litigation involving the governor's relation. And the governor calls the judge on phone and tells, yeah, my lord, that is my brother standing trial before you. And you still think the judge will be unbiased in his judgment or his hearing. But even while those ones were clustering around the ground, there were still others who doesn't want to do that. That shows, like I said, not all of them are the same. There were judges that day. It was before my eyes. I'm not talking about what someone told me. It's what I witnessed. There were judges who were, in fact, it was from those who were not getting close to the governor that I met one of the old ones. I told him, can't you talk to your colleagues? This young one who are falling over the governor for one piece of land or the other in Enugu. Now, that one, like I said, is the tip of the iceberg, falling over the governor over a piece of land. Look at what Wike did in Abuja for our Court of Appeal judges and Supreme Court judges. Well-developed mansion in a good terrace, then well-furnished. This one is no more giving your land. It's now building for you. And why do you might also ask yourself, why are politicians so interested in corrupting the judges? Why are they so? Because if they can build such mansions for justice or hospital that is well equipped with facilities and medical personnel in 6 of the 6 geopolitical zones of Nigeria, if they can build all those beautiful houses, furnish them with all the modern gadgets you can think of in less than 6 months. The reason is this: our education system is dying. Your politicians are not interested in that. Reason: their children are overseas, attending school. You saw the child of Rotimi Amechi the other day. You saw the child of Wike the other day. You saw, just name them. They are all overseas. None of them is struggling with me and you in the University of Nigeria, where they don't take care of their easements. Now, you also ask yourself, why have they abandoned our hospitals to the vagaries of nature? Not any of the public hospitals around. Because if they are sick, they go for medical trip overseas and collect your money and my money for it. Not their salary. They will be medical tourism. It will be approved for them. They will go overseas and take that. The only thing they cannot take overseas is justice. That's why they are bribing the judges.
Bribing the judges.
They are bribing the judges. The politicians are bribing the judges. It is not that. Why should I hide it? You saw the interview of Femi Falana the other day. He said he's going to drag those judges to court.
You know, and that drives me to the next.
It is. Some vibrant lawyers will drag some of these judges because it breached their code of conduct.
Where are they taking them to? Court?
Yes, take them to court. Let them now.
With their
no, let all everyone dance naked in the marketplace. It's better. Let everybody dance naked in the market. Let us all dance naked in the market. If they can brazenly and openly, under the glimmering light of televisions and the media houses, accept keys to mansions.
Who will litigate these matters? Nigerian judges?
See, Gani Faweyimi did it once. Because I'm also a student of history. Gani took one time, all the Supreme Court judges, took them to court. He sued all of them, that they are not qualified. Because many of them went over those old ones, who are even better than the ones who are so-called qualified. They took them to court, that they are not qualified, because many of them went to London, did the 2-year crash program, went to Inns of Temple, did the 1-year attachment, and they sent them back to Africa, go and become judges. And none of them went to conventional law classes. But that matter was later settled out of court. Because like washing and dirty linens in public. And that was when there was humility in the job.
And you expect the one, if Femi Falana, keeps
taking if Falana,
it's maybe thrown out of the way.
If Falana goes to court against these judges who openly, like the one I was talking about in Enugu State, it is say undercover. But if like this one that is under the clique of the whole world saw it. If Falana goes to court because he breached their code of conduct, and I'm privileged to be around, I will always tell him to add my name in the people appearing with you, for that matter. Because, Uche, we can't continue like this. If we have no judiciary, it is going to a Hubeian state where the rule of might becomes the order of the day. That's what we're heading to. When people no more having trust and confidence in the judicial system, it then becomes everybody unto ourselves, God for us all. And that's what I don't want to happen in Nigeria. So if the people who are at that bench, those of them who refuse to get controlled, you recall that there was a time PDP wrote a petition to the Chief Justice of the Federal High Court that they should not give their cases to Omotosho, Abdul Malik, who is the other one again, about 3 judges. Why the same politician who spoiled them, why should they single those judges out? It's in the public domain. It's not because of what I'm saying on Aneke TV. So don't give our cases to these people, because these people are weak as stokes. Whatever case you file against them involving PDP, the wike faction, just go home because you lose. It is the petition that it was on public domain. You know, social media has made everything public. Nothing is hidden anymore.
So is this situation, is this why political battles are ending up in court instead of being resolved among political
That is
members?
what I also said the other time, that lawyers has no business declaring anybody winner. Judges have no business declaring anybody winner in any election, because the judges has only one vote. If the people, they vote they cast, they have quarrel over it, and they discover there was discrepancy in whatever result was gotten, order them back to the electorate. Let them go and cast the vote again.
Does the constitution agree with that?
Yeah. You don't talk about rerun. You have been hearing rerun now. Go and have a rerun. And they go there and mess it up, come back, order rerun again until they learn their lesson. It's not for you to sit on the bench, 7 judges who have 7 votes only, and they declare the votes of 150 million people void, maybe because there's one technical glitch on the other. No, you don't do it. There's no business of judges declaring anybody winner. If you contravene the electoral rules, judges will order you to be put into the dock and try you for the criminal offense you have committed. If the election did not go well due to the defacing of votes, like Wike did in Rivers State, order them to go back until they do the right thing and bring the right result. Not to say that maybe that it could not satisfy the court that the mutilations beyond reasonable doubt we are criminal in nature. No. You don't say that kind of thing. You saw the mutilations. People are seeing it. That you are sitting down there as a judge is just a little advantage you have over any other person to preside, because somebody must preside over it. Just like this TV here. Everybody can come here and be an anchorman. There must be an anchorman, there must be a guest. And that's what makes the thing look oddly. If everybody here becomes anchorman, nobody will, there will be no cameraman again. So there must be a judge, and there must be litigants, there must be lawyers. But you as a judge, you don't assume the role of a voter. If you have voted, you voted only once. So you can't cancel the vote of how many million people that voted for a given candidate. No. Like you can recall what happened in Enugu that time when the elections were in dispute. They said there are 30,000 votes from Kano East. How many people in Kano East registered even to vote? Then inec, in their wisdom, said, okay, divided the 30,000 votes into 2. Carry 15,000, give it to PDP. Carry the other one, throw it into the dustbin. So the one you threw into the dustbin, who cast that one? What the court could have done is order them back for a rerun. That is a very good example of why when court should order a rerun. Somebody had 30,000 votes, and somebody is contesting it, that even those who registered in that local government was up to 30,000. Court will simply tell them, get me the list of the voters registered. They will get it. We have seen in Kano East about 25,000 people registered. Plus or minus those who are dead and those who may not come to vote, go back and do a rerun. INEC will go back and do a rerun. Not so, because INEC divided the vote into a cat throw into the bush. And now those 15,000, they threw, assuming, without considering the fact that people cast that vote. What have you done to them? Haven't you disenfranchised those people? It is the court that now disenfranchised them. Because court now gave credence to what INEC did. So these are the areas I'm going.
So, Barrister, has this gotten to a point where we'll see it as judicial interference?
No. It is judicial co-participation. It's not more than interference. They're not participating in the election. Yeah, co-participants in the election. The judiciary is now co-participants. They are no more. It's not interfering.
So what should be the way forward?
If
the judiciary at this point, depending on where you stand, are either the guardians, you cited the classes, if you're a common man, they could be the guardians, and they've become gatekeepers for the, elites or the politicians.
Yeah, for the bourgeoisie.
So what's the way forward?
No, the way forward is, like I said, is that courts should limit themselves to their own jurisdiction.
Courts
should limit themselves to their jurisdiction, especially in election matters.
How do we achieve that?
I'm coming. Limiting yourself is, that man sitting down there as a judge is a human. And he knows that election has a procedure. And the procedure is first register as a voter. Get accredited. Cast your vote. Votes are counted. Votes are transmitted. These are the process. And that's why people often say, when the process is defective, the end point certainly will be defective. So the judiciary is to check whether those processes were